Ladies and gentlemen, do we have a quorum? 1, 2, 3, 4. Awesome, thank you. I would like to go ahead and call this meeting to order, the November 9th Mayor and Council meeting. And I would like to ask Matt Judy to lead us in the pledge.
There we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Judy. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Councilmember Judy, is that a motion to approve?
Yes, motion to approve.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. Is that a second? All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is reading a proclamation for Veterans Day. Whereas in 1921, the unknown soldier was buried on a Virginia hillside in Arlington National Cemetery overlooking the Potomac River in the city of Washington, D.C. The site of this burial in Arlington National Cemetery symbolizes the dignity and reverence of America's veterans, and whereas these memorial gestures took place in England and France on November 11th, giving universal recognition to the celebrated ending of World War I at 11 a.m. on November 11th, 1918. And whereas on May 13th, 1938, Congress declared that the 11th day of November each year will be a legal holiday, a day to be dedicated to the cause of world peace, and a day of celebration to honor America's veterans for their patriotism, the love of our country, and willingness to serve and sacrifice for the common good. And whereas Veterans Day is a day to thank our veterans for their service to our country and acknowledge their contributions to our national security. We would like to honor those who have served and sacrificed for our country today, November 11th and every day. And whereas the city of Roswell is proud to acknowledge our veterans who are employed by the city. Now therefore, I, Lori Henry, Mayor of the city of Roswell, do hereby proclaim November 11th as Veterans Day in the city of Roswell and urge all citizens to recognize the sacrifices and dedication of our veterans today and throughout the year. Now, normally what I would do if we had an in-person meeting, I would ask all of these folks, if you can see this list, to stand up so that we can applaud them. And I realize we are meeting virtually, but I would like to openly thank and applaud all veterans in addition to the veterans that are serving the city of Roswell. So thank you all. The next item on the agenda is Administration and Finance Department. Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mayor. The item number 2 is approval of the fiscal year 2021 first quarter budget amendment and approval of a resolution temporarily freezing certain approved capital project funds. Mr. Luckett, I think, is going to present.
Well, if I can interrupt, please, Councilmember Tizer.
All right, go ahead.
And before Mr. Luckett speaks, I would like to mention that a couple of things. Number one, this is a budget amendment. We passed our budget in late June, early July, and this is an amendment to that budget. The items on this amendment are items that had been frozen, and our staff is suggesting that we unfreeze those. This is a budget amendment. This is very similar to a mid-year budget that we have done for years, more than I can count, 6 months into the process. And it's a way for us to shore up our revenues and expenditures and look at how we can finish out the year and what we can fund, what we can't fund. Perhaps oftentimes there are projects that have a remaining balance that were unspent that we can allocate to different projects. But I would like to reiterate that we adopted our budget in late June, and our fiscal year started July 1. That budget is still in place, and this is a budget amendment. Now, what I promised going into this process during COVID is, rather than just sticking to one single mid-year budget, I promised that we would look at this quarterly because of the very uncertainty of COVID, the changing times. We weren't certain how these projections might look, and it could go two ways. Luckily, it's gone a good way for us, but it could have gone down too, where we would have had to adjust the budget and make additional cuts. But right now, we are in a good position where I believe that Mr. Luckett's projections are good going forward, and what we need to do is look at what are the items in this first quarter budget that we can free up, that we can fund, because the revenues came in stronger than we were anticipating. So having said that, there is one item that I would like to present, and that is we had decided not to give our employees a 3% increase this year. And I still feel as though that's premature to do that. We are still in a hiring freeze. We are still uncertain about our revenues, and I do not feel comfortable increasing our operating budget by that amount going forward. But what I am comfortable with is that we give our employees a compensation package, which is basically, and we can get into it more, and I'll ask Ryan to go through it, but what we're looking at is a $1.2 million expense for our employees. Full-time employees in general, there are some caveats to this, would receive a $2,000 check going into the holidays, and a part-time employee would receive about $1,000 going into the holidays. So that is my recommendation. I do not feel that we're in a position to offer our employees raises. As you all know, these are very difficult times in the private as well as the public sector, but our employees have been delivering services and working on the front lines. And when we talk about the front lines, I know it's popular, and I do respect and thank them for our police and fire. But also on our front lines are the folks that are on the back of that garbage truck. They're the folks that are making sure that our traffic signals are working. They're the folks that were out there during the hurricane, directing traffic, repairing lights, repairing stormwater issues, repairing water issues, all to make sure that we were delivering the services that Roswell is responsible for delivering. And while I say that too, I would like to thank Georgia Power. Under the direction of Misty Fernandez, I would like to say that Georgia Power, I've never seen Georgia Power communicate with us in that fashion before during the hurricane. And while they had over 700,000 outages, they were able to, for the most part, get people up and running quickly. They were responsive, and I really do appreciate all of the time and energy they put into it. And it's another good example why our regional partnerships are so important to us, because we've got Misty Fernandez right here, a resident of Roswell, and who is over this entire project, looking out for us every day. So I would like to thank her. I'd like to thank Georgia Power. And then I will turn this over to Mr. Luckett. And I'm sure you'll have additional questions or comments for Mr. Luckett regarding the employee compensation, as well as some of the other recommended amendments to the budget. Mr. Luckett.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. We are here this evening to go over with you all the information that we presented back at the October 26th work session, where we gave you an update on our revenues and expenditures for the general fund and our other funds. So we'll be reviewing that information again with you today, as well as providing you a few more updates of things that we have to let you know about. So I'm going to start by sharing my screen here. Can everyone see that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So as I mentioned, we're going to go over the recommended revenue and expenditure adjustments, the budget requests that have been submitted by departments, some of the other policy considerations that we talked about last time, as well as more information about the proposed capital project freeze. Just to kind of hit this one more time, as I mentioned at the work session on October 26th, and the mayor kind of talked a bit about this a moment ago, the reason we're here is just because of the unique nature of this time. As we were in the budget process, developing the operating budget, proposed budget for FY 2021, the pandemic began, and we were forced, our staff was forced to go back and revamp those revenue and expenditure projections based on very little information at the time. This was back in March, April, May time period. And just due to the uncertainty, we took a very conservative stance with the idea that we could come back at a later time to you all once we knew more information and recommend some adjustments. So that's why we're here this evening. Before I get into that, one of the questions that came up at the last work session had to do with a projection for the general fund for the year as a whole. We provided you kind of what we knew for the first quarter, what we were comfortable with allocating at that time, but the question was asked to provide sort of a high-level big picture so that you all had some more information about what to expect for the year. So I wanted to start by going through this information. It is a little bit dense, so I just wanted to ask for your patience as I walk you through kind of the revenue and expenditure projections that we put together for you all. So this first slide goes over our revenues, and so let me just walk you through this. So the first two columns that you see here in the red, both of these reflect our budget. So the first column is our FY 2021 approved budget that was approved by you all. And you can see that our total revenues were $75.3 million. The second column reflects our revised budget for FY 2021. So still budget, but it reflects any changes that have happened in the course of the year. So for our revenues, you can see there have been no changes at this point. So the revenues are still the same as they were in the original approved budget. The third column gets into our estimate for what we are anticipating. And we put together two estimates, one sort of a, conservative approach, the second one sort of a worst case scenario. So what you can see here is that based on what we know today, and this is, based on what the information that we have available to us, we are estimating total general fund revenues to come in at $81.1 million for this fiscal year. And I'll walk you through some of the major components of that. So that's about, as you can see, about $5.8 million above what we budgeted, or about 8% higher than what we budgeted. The major components of that include our sales tax. So as you know, I'll get into some of the details of what we've seen so far this year in just a few moments, but overall, we're anticipating that sales tax, this takes into account some decline because we are seeing a little bit of a drop the last couple of months. So it does take into account some decline over the next few months with some improvement towards the latter half of the fiscal year. And so with that, we are expecting about $2.6 million more than what we budgeted. Our business taxes, we're anticipating about $927,000 more than budgeted. This includes franchise, alcohol, and business taxes. And the two major contributors to that, one would be our insurance premium tax, which is a one-time revenue that we receive in October. So we've already received that revenue, and it came in about $600,000 higher than what we had budgeted. The other major contributor to this positive variance is our alcohol taxes. Those have been at a higher pace than what we anticipated during the budget process. Other major components of this include our intergovernmental revenues, and as you can see here, this is reflective of the CARES Act money that we've received. So this is the money that we've submitted expenditures or expenses to Fulton County, and they've reimbursed us for those expenses. And so we've received our full allocation, and that totals about $3.9 million. Also our fines and forfeitures, that's another major component here. So we're actually anticipating that to be below budget. Our fines and forfeitures and the number of tickets and things like that that are coming in is just coming in at a slower pace than what we anticipated for this fiscal year. Transfers in, the $170,000 decrease or amount below budget, that's reflective of what we spoke about last time with our hotel motel tax. And I'll give you a little bit more details about that. And then finally, our lease proceeds. We talked about the IT switch project and how that came in under budget. The other major component that was budgeted here, you all, as you might remember, approved the purchase of a fire ladder truck of about $1.4 million, and we typically finance those purchases. So you approved that in the budget, but those trucks take about a year to manufacture. So we won't be realizing either the expenditure or the lease proceeds or the loan proceeds that we associated with that truck. So we're not expecting to get that money this particular year. And you'll see a decreased expenditure on the expenditure side as well. So that's our first estimate. And like I said, it's about $5.8 million more than what we budgeted. When we take a more pessimistic look at our revenues, go back to our sales tax. Here, we expect a little bit more of a decline if things were to get worse in terms of the pandemic. If closures were to occur, we're kind of trying to factor that in here. The good thing is that we have a little bit of experience and with that, and so we know we have a little better idea of what to expect and what our low point will be. So we factor that into that estimate B. Again, some of the other numbers you see here just anticipate that things aren't working out as well as we'd hope. Maybe alcohol taxes begin to decline because of closures, or building activity declines because things aren't going as well as planned. So we try to reflect that in our estimate B here. Again, you'll see that nothing has changed with the CARES Act money, again, because we've received those funds. And nothing has changed, again, with the lease proceeds because we expect that to be the same. So this is reflective of our overall picture for general fund revenues. Now we'll move on to our general fund expenditures. So again here, you see this is the approved budget that you all approved back in June. So the total approved general fund budget was $77.4 million. The revised budget reflects any approved changes, budget amendments that you all have approved, as well as anything that you approved in the budget ordinance to carry forward from the prior year. So when we factor those in, the revised budget increases to a little over $79 million. When we get into our estimate, we took a little bit more of a conservative approach here as well. Just because we're so early in the fiscal year, we weren't really willing to, it's just too early to know, how we expect to end the fiscal year in terms of expenditure. So we kind of kept this estimate to what we know as of today. So what you see here is that we're anticipating about $2.4 million in expenditure savings. And really, this is reflective of all the expenditure adjustments that we talked about last time, and then I'll review here in a few moments. But it includes vacancy savings for the first quarter. It includes the travel and training savings, the loan deferral that we talked about, this big one here under transfers and other. That is reflective of that fire truck that I mentioned. But we won't be actually seeing us purchase that this fiscal year. It'll be next year. And you can see here that we kept this the same for estimate B, so no difference between the two estimates. So finally, we get down to the bottom line for both of these. So let me walk you through this again. So during our approved budget process, we had shown a beginning balance of $21.8 million. Basically, that is reflective of how we ended FY 2019, plus any changes or anything that became available during FY 20. We did not, in this number, include any anticipated savings for FY 20. So we started with a beginning balance of $21.8 million, total revenues of $75.3, total appropriations of $77.4. That left us with an ending fund balance of $19.6 million. Our reserve by policy was a little over $18 million, and then as you might remember, we set aside a remaining $1.596 million as a secondary reserve just because of all the uncertainty that we faced at that point. When you get here to the second column on the revised budget, as you know, we're going through our year-end closeout process and our audit. So we do have now a better indication. We're more comfortable making an estimate of how we expect to end FY 20. And so we factored that into this beginning balance here. And so we are comfortable showing a beginning balance of $28 million. Our revenues are unchanged from the original approved budget of $75.3. We talked about the revised budget of expenditures at $79 million. So that leaves us with an ending fund balance of $24.2 million. When we take out both reserves, that leaves us with an ending balance over reserve of about $4.6 million. So that number is reflective of basically the savings that we had from FY 20. So getting into our first estimate that we put together, again, we're showing our more updated beginning balance number, revenues of $81.1 million, appropriations of 76.6. That leaves us with an ending fund balance of 32.5. Again, once we take out our reserves, that leaves us with an ending balance over reserve of $12.8 million. So the easiest way to kind of think about what makes that up, so the $12.8 million includes the additional revenues above budget of 5.7. It includes our expenditure savings of 2.4 million, and it includes the savings from FY 20 of $4.6 million. That's what makes up this $12.8 million. Just to give you a little bit more information, so kind of below the line, we try to plug in, some of the other things that we've mentioned. One, the first quarter budget request of $375,000. If council decides to move forward with that, of the employee compensation of $1.2 million. And then just to kind of give you a broader annual perspective, just a very rough estimate of potential future needs this current budget year, 4.3 million. That would include things, just as an example, facility maintenance, to fully fund that. So if we were to take these things out of here, that would leave an ending balance of about $6.9 million. And I want to make sure that you all are aware that includes the $3.9 million in CARES Act reimbursements. One other quick thing I want to point out at this point is that the $4.6 million that we're showing here as savings from FY 20, as you might remember, those are typically the funds that we use to allocate for our one-time capital projects in the upcoming budget year. There's nothing saying we have to do it that way, but that's been our practice over the years. So if we want to be able to, allocate one-time capital projects for the FY 2022 budget, that's where those funds have been typically drawn from in the past. Going over here to estimate B, so as you might remember, if you factor in those lower revenue estimate, the expenditures remain the same. Basically, you get to an ending balance over reserve of $10.7 million. So about a little over a $2 million difference between these two estimates. And if you factor in those same items that we talked about, the ending balance here at the bottom would be the $4.9 million. So that's our general fund projection, and I'll be glad to answer any questions about that as we get to that, once we get to that point. So now I wanted to get into our revenues for the general fund. This is really a recap of what we talked about last time. So talking about sales tax, this shows you our sales tax collections compared to the prior year since the pandemic began. And you can see again that that first month we saw a 20% decline. The low point was the month of April when we had a lot of the closures, and our sales tax declined by 30% compared to the prior year. But as you can see, we've improved a lot over the last few months. Once you get to the last 2 months, there has been a little bit of a slowdown, and it's kind of maintained at around the same level of decline for the month of August. And if we take out the audit adjustments that we've mentioned, add further complication to this, if we take those out of the picture, which are kind of one-time in nature, and that's an audit adjustment, as I mentioned, from the Georgia Department of Revenue, our difference in August was about 9.2% decline. When we spoke last time at the October 26th work session, we didn't actually know yet what our number would be for September. We received that, I think it was that was about a 10.7% decline from the prior year. So again, not as much improvement and maybe some indication of slowdown in these last couple of months. So based on that information, one of the changes that we made since our October 26th work session was we did drop our sales tax recommended adjustment by $100,000. So at this point, we are recommending an increase in our sales tax revenues by $900,000 compared to before, when we were at $1 million recommended increase. So this chart gives you just an update of where we are with sales tax. So this orange line represents the budget. The red line here represents our actual. So you can see we're well above our budget, but you can see we've seen some decline. And then this dotted blue line here gives you an indication of where we were in FY 2020 by month. So we were doing well there for quite a while, but once the pandemic hit, you can see the sharp decline that we saw. Property tax, again, here a recap. The 2020 Property Tax Digest was certified by the state. Our property tax bills have been sent out. Once we got final information, our appeals were higher than what we had anticipated. Our final exemption amounts were a little bit lower than what we had anticipated, but the exemption amounts did decrease our assessed value by about $637 million in assessed value. And that resulted in tax savings to our residents of about $3.2 million. But overall, our property tax came in less than what we had anticipated. So we are recommending a decrease in our property tax revenues by $600,000. Hotel Motel Tax, again here, the recovery is coming quite a bit slower than what we had anticipated. And in talking to our Convention and Visitors Bureau, what they're seeing is that the group business is just not coming back like they had hoped. You're seeing a lot of, the corporations, people working from home, so they've suspended a lot of their travel. And what we might have seen here in Roswell from weddings and other parties and big events just isn't happening. So based on that, our hotel motel tax collections are trending about 40% below projections for the first quarter. And so we are recommending, we had anticipated in the budget transferring into the general fund about $400,000 from our hotel motel fund. We're recommending to reduce that by $50,000 for the first quarter. So overall, this table gives you a summary of the recommended revenue adjustments. The highlight here is just to point out the difference between when we spoke last time and what you're seeing today. So we dropped that from $1 million to $900,000. The other thing that you see here, this is the IT switch project. So we were financing that project, and because it came in lower than budgeted, we won't see as much in terms of loan proceeds as we had budgeted. So overall, we're recommending a net revenue increase of $110,000. Moving on to our expenditures. As I mentioned last time, one of the things we looked at was travel in training and education. We asked our departments to go back and look at, what needs they had the first half of the fiscal year, what was essential, and anything that was marked as essential was funded, and anything remaining we're recommending to reallocate. And so, as you see here, just to walk you through this, so we've broken this down for you by department. So the first column here reflects the approved budget for the first 6 months of the fiscal year. The second column reflects our expected needs for the first half of the fiscal year. And then the last column is the remaining budget. And so we are recommending to reallocate the complete remaining budget for that, which, assuming Mayor Council want to include their own budgets, would total $161,000 in savings. Personnel savings, again, the budget staff has worked with departments to look at our personnel budgets, and based on that, for the first quarter, looking at vacancy savings from full-time and part-time staff, we are recommending full-time salary savings, reduction in our expenditure budget of $100,000, part-time savings of $30,000, and a decrease in our DB pension of $37,000. So that would be a total reduction in expenditures of $167,000. And then there were some other expenditure adjustments that we are recommending. So our GFA loan, this was for the 7 Branches property, was deferred for the first 6 months of the fiscal year. Our court services contract was renewed at a savings, so we're taking advantage of that. Recreation and parks, they've had a lot of their special events canceled, so there are some savings from that. The IT switch project, as I mentioned before, came in under budget, so this reflects those savings. And then the final item here, this is something that was not on the previous presentation that we did. And this kind of came about from us closing out the fiscal year, looking at our projects and what was completed. So the RAPSTIC, and this is the Roswell Alpharetta Public Safety Training Center, the RAPSTIC reconstruction project, so the rebuilding of that roof and finishing out the inside, that project is completed. And we are able to see a savings from that of about $322,000, so unspent funds that were allocated for that project. So once we add those in, we see here on this slide expenditure savings of nearly $700,000. So overall, this table shows you we are recommending reductions in expenditures of about $63,000 on the recurring side, $963,000 on the one-time side, for a total expenditure reduction of a little over $1 million. So next, we're going to move on to the items that our departments have requested for the first quarter. And again, just to recap how that process worked. So departments assessed their immediate needs in conjunction with unfunded items. They submitted those funding requests to our department. Budget staff met with the city administrator and department heads to determine some final recommendations. And then finally, budget staff met with the city administrator and the mayor to review those first quarter recommendations. So here, this is a summary of what we just discussed. So if you take our recommended adjustments in revenues, we have an additional $110,000. And if you take our recommended adjustments in expenditures, that freed up a little over $1 million. So when we combine those two things together, we have over $1.1 million in available resources to allocate to needs around the city. So here I'll go through those items. These are kind of a high-level summary of those items. In your packet, we provided a more detailed description of what these are. But just to go through these, the administration department is requesting funding for the operation and maintenance of the security system. That's a recurring cost of $10,000. The community development department has asked for one full-time building plans reviewer position to meet the demand that they are seeing in their work. And that comes in as a recurring cost of $52,000. The fire department has requested funding, one-time funding to replace fire vehicle communication headsets, and that's $67,500. The police department has asked for one-time funding to replace tourniquets that have reached their end of life, and that's a one-time cost of $15,000. For Recreation and Parks, they have requested recurring funding of $168,000 to cover increased service for janitorial services at their public facilities. And again, this is in direct response to the current conditions that we're living with the pandemic. They've also requested $23,000 for additional funding to replace the tree at the historic town square, as well as for holiday lighting. They've requested $30,000 in recurring funding for supplies, and those supplies go to help maintain our parks and trails and equipment. They've also requested $10,000 in recurring funding for contract services that go to support some of our contracts for elevator maintenance, pool filtration, and mat maintenance in our various park facilities. This next slide gets into requests that were made but were not funded at this time. That includes a community engagement position and the administration department, additional funding for building operations maintenance, increased funding for security and part-time and overtime for events and meetings. And community development includes funding for codifying text amendments, an additional part-time code enforcement officer, and a new leased vehicle for the engineering division. In our fire department, again, these are unfunded items at this time. An additional full-time assistant fire marshal position, funding for lockers, as well as funding for a fire safety PSA. So that summarizes the funded and unfunded items that we're recommending to you. We wanted to get into a few other topics that directly relate to this. One being the use of reserves. So as you might remember, again, we talked about this last time on the 26th of October. When we proposed the budget for FY 2021, it did include the use of reserves to help balance the operating budget of about $458,000. Our city budget principles that we function off of here at the city, and best practice just in general, dictate that really we should be funding recurring operating expenses with recurring revenue sources. Obviously, we made an exception at this point, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with making that exception. I mean, it's considering the circumstances we were in. But an exception was made due to just the uncertainty of the time, as well as the timing of when we had to come up with, revise and redevelop the proposed budget. But the first quarter recommended amendment that we've included here, we are recommending to fully replenish those reserve funds that were used to balance the budget at the start of the fiscal year. Next deals with employee compensation, and the mayor covered this at the beginning, but we mentioned this last time just as a reminder that there were no salary increases included in the 21 approved budget. We do have a recommendation for you, and this is again based on what the mayor had said, that we are proposing a one-time compensation for full-time employees in the amount of $2,000 and part-time employees in the amount of $1,000. This kind of goes through some of the guidelines in terms of that would apply to this. So anyone hired before January 1st of this year would get 100%. And then as you go through the fiscal year, the percent that you'd be eligible for in terms of your hire date would decrease. And anyone hired after July 1st would not be, or after that, would not be eligible. Part-time employees, including part-time firefighters, must have the average of more than 15 hours a week using a 6-month look-back period. And for those staff that missed hours work due to COVID, eligibility is based on normally scheduled hours. So based on those parameters, this is the estimated cost for the city. So the general fund cost is $1.2 million. And then we provided a cost for our other funds. So if you add up all the funds together, it's a little over $1.5 million. We expect it to be a little bit less than that, but we're still kind of compiling and just double checking some of the parameters that we just went over with you. But we think this is a reasonable number to cover what we just discussed. The other policy consideration, again, just to recap from last time, had to do with partner organizations. As you know, partner organization budgets were reduced from their prior levels in the FY 2021 based on the decreased funding that we were anticipating from the pandemic. Partner organizations were provided the opportunity to submit funding requests for consideration during the first quarter budget review. At this time, there is no additional funding included for partner organizations in the first quarter budget amendment. And I wanted to go over, this kind of gives you a summary of our partner organizations and the level of funding they received. So this column reflects their pre-COVID requests. Once we gave them the opportunity to revise their requests, once we were in the middle of the pandemic, these were the requests they came back with. This is what ultimately got approved by Mayor and Council. And as you know, just to point out, for the Roswell CVB, all of this money is dedicated to them. So that's from our Hotel Motel Tax. But this reflects what was approved and what was unfunded as compared to their post-COVID request. And then this column reflects the request that we received for the first quarter. So we did receive a request from the Roswell Arts Fund of $62,000. And that included a $40,000 request to fund the Art Around Roswell program for 2021, as well as $22,000 to partially fund a portion of the public art manager position that supports that organization. So this slide summarizes everything we just talked about, and I know it's very busy and very confusing, so I wanted to take a moment to walk through this just to make sure we're all on the same page. So this top section here above the first green line, this shows you our total available sources of funding. So these were the revenue adjustments that we talked about, the expenditure adjustments that all resulted in $313,000 of recurring source of funds, $823,000 in one-time funding available, for a total available funding of $1.1 million. Next, on this line, we show you the department requests that were recommended for funding. So that includes $293,000 of recurring funding and recurring requests, $82,000 of one-time requests, for a total request of $375,000. Again, we've also recommended to replenish the reserve funds that were used to balance the operating budget. So we're taking the remainder part of the recurring funding, $438,000 of one-time funding, to fully replenish those reserve funds at $458,000. So when we take our total available minus our requests, minus the portion that we're allocating to replenish reserves, that leaves us with $303,000 in available funding. This is where it gets a little bit confusing. So as we've replenished our reserve funds, now those reserve funds are available. So that's the $458,000. So that's our replenished fund balance, $458,000. And when we add that to the 303, we get $761,000 of available funding. Once we factor in what we're recommending for employee compensation, what we're showing here is that we would need to use $438,000 of fund balance to fully fund our operating requests, as well as the one-time employee compensation. And then just a reminder as well that we are still maintaining our 25% reserve fund of a little over $18 million, as well as that reserve for financial uncertainty of about $1.6 million. Next, moving on to our general fund first quarter budget request regarding capital. So our capital is funded from a different source of funding. So here again, we're kind of walking through those sources. So on the revenue side, we are recommending, we're showing a revenue decrease of $139,000. And that's the reduction of the loan proceeds that we talked about earlier. This did have an amount in here at our first presentation, but because of that decrease in sales tax revenue that I talked about, we did remove that this time to help balance things out. On the expenditure side for capital projects, again, we're seeing the IT switch project savings of $139,000, as well as project funds that are recommended for reallocation of nearly $1.1 million. So total expenditure decrease here of $1.2 million. So when we combine those two, our recommended revenue decrease and our recommended expenditure decrease, that gives us a net available amount of $1,088,000 to allocate for general fund capital. So again here, our departments submitted their requests for capital, and some were funded, some were not funded at this point. So we'll walk through those funded items. For the administration department, the first one is facility maintenance. So we're recommending funding by $464,000. That's adding to that by $464,000. This is highlighted again here because that is a smaller amount than what we showed you last time, because of that drop in sales tax, and we removed that from this portion. Recreation and Parks Department, they are requesting $50,000 for trail repairs, $50,000 for light pole replacement at our athletic fields, and then $88,000 for their overall recreation and parks maintenance program. For our transportation department, they're requesting $254,000 to be added for resurfacing, road resurfacing, and this is specifically the match for the LMIG grant. The zero-turn mower replacement, $14,000, and bridge safety and maintenance, $50,000. Also funded, recommended for funding is in our community development department, funding for iPlan workstations that will enable digital plan review. That's $39,000. In our police department, $30,000 for ballistic shields and $21,000 for long distance weapon platform upgrade. In our recreation and parks department, we're recommending $21,000 for exterior door replacement at the Bill Johnson Community Activity Building. And then finally in transportation, $6,000 for a heavy duty concrete mixer. On the unfunded side, for recreation and parks, $5,000 for historic home maintenance, $25,000 for an EMS utility terrain vehicle replacement in the fire department. Also unfunded in the administration department, $14,000 for the installation of security cameras in the City Hall parking area, $62,000 for security upgrades at Hembury for the Public Works gate and entrances. In our fire department, unfunded is $1.8 million for land acquisition regarding Fire Station 2, and that's the replacement, and $41,000 for a lighting upgrade at our fire stations. So to summarize here, again, we have a little over $1 million available to reallocate, and we are recommending $970,000 in maintenance capital requests, $117,000 in one-time capital requests, which uses all of our available funding and leaves us $0 in remaining funding for capital. Next, I'm going to move on to our other funds and hit the highlights of those budget requests. As you might remember, we gave you an update on the financial condition of those funds at our last presentation. All of our enterprise funds are doing well. Our Recreation and Parks Recreation Participation Fund, which accounts for all the revenues and expenditures from our programs, that fund is having a a tough time, as you might imagine. But at this point, we are recommending to hold off on making any adjustments. The department is able to manage expenditures within the revenues that they have at this point. And finance is working with them to monitor that on a monthly basis. And we'll be back with any necessary changes and an update on that as well at our mid-year. So getting into the recommended funded request for solid waste fund, it includes a part-time support services position at $40,000, as well as an adjustment to the position allocation. These are the support services division and how those positions are allocated among our enterprise funds, because they support all those enterprise funds. So that would be a reduction of $20,000. Maintenance capital includes the replacement of a commercial front loader garbage truck at $284,000, as well as the replacement of a semi-trailer at the recycling center at a cost of $6,500. One-time capital includes a baler replacement at the recycling center in the amount of $200,000. Moving on to our water and sewer fund requests. This includes another portion of that part-time position for support services at $40,000. An additional position, a full-time water construction backflow specialist in the amount of $58,000. In position allocation changes, again, that we talked about earlier, it would be an increase of $5,000. Maintenance capital, we're recommending an additional $335,000 in funding for water line replacement, as well as $140,000 for the replacement of service truck. One-time capital requests include $87,000 for backflow improvements, $64,000 for interconnection improvements, $53,000 for water plant improvements, and $73,000 for well site improvements. In our stormwater funds, we're recommending a decrease in expenditures regarding that position allocation in the amount of $12,000, as well as maintenance capital requests, an additional $550,000 for stormwater master projects list, and $25,000 for large equipment replacement to support our stormwater program. And then finally, in our fleet fund, again, adjustment regarding the position allocation changes, we're recommending an increase of $27,000. The last portion of the presentation I wanted to discuss was the capital project freeze that we are recommending. As you might remember, Mayor and Council approved a resolution temporarily freezing certain capital projects back in June. That resolution expired on September 30th. We've met with departments to discuss their needs, and we've recommended a continuation of the freeze for certain projects, as well as the release of funding for certain projects. And really the main idea behind this is, just to preserve some cash with the city should conditions take a turn for the worse. So to walk through what we're recommending for the capital projects. So for administration departments, we are recommending to freeze a total of $320,000 in projects for them, reallocate $55,000 in projects, and unfreeze $308,000. I did walk through each one of these at our last presentation. I'll be glad to do that again if any questions come up, but I'll kind of hit the highlights here as we walk through this. For community development, we're recommending to freeze $175,000, reallocate $120,000, and unfreeze $220,000. For the fire department, we're recommending to freeze about $91,000 in projects and unfreeze $47,000. In our police department, we're recommending to reallocate $150,000 in projects. In recreation and parks, we're recommending to freeze about nearly $300,000 in projects, reallocate $33,000, and then unfreeze about $258,000 in projects. And then finally, in transportation, we're recommending to freeze about $1.2 million in projects, reallocate $371,000, and unfreeze $279,000. And then citywide, we're recommending to freeze 1.8 million and reallocate about $300,000. So total for all departments, we're recommending freezing $3.9 million, reallocating $1,029,000, and unfreezing $1.1 million in projects that can move forward at this point. So when we take our reallocation amount of 1,029 and we add in our funding that's available from completed projects, leftover funding, that gives us the $1,088,000 that you saw on the previous slide that we were able to allocate to other capital projects. So with that, we are requesting Mayor and Council consideration and approval of those items, the revenue and expenditure adjustments, our budget requests that are recommended for funding, as well as the resolution that's freezing these certain approved capital project funds. So with that, I appreciate your time, and I will be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Does council have any questions? Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. Appreciate it. And so I have a question for Mr. Luckett, and then I have some comments. So Mr. Luckett, as always, great presentation. You were very thorough, provided a lot of information, and frankly, just like the annual budget, which you and your team always do a great job in. So thank you for that thoroughness. I guess the question I have for starters is, in the October 26th work session, your presentation showed a potential option of merit increase or one-time compensation. And then in tonight's council meeting, I see it really recommended in having $1.2 million in bonus proposed. Actually, I think it's more than that. I think it might be as much as 1.5 million, but 1.2 million from the general fund. So my one question before my comments is, can you walk me through the discussions that have occurred in public meetings since that October 26th meeting on when that $1.2 million was discussed? Or is this the first public meeting that number is actually being discussed?
Right, this would be the first public meeting that number has been brought up. At the last meeting, we wanted to just point out a reminder that there were no salary increases included. And since then, we did put together a recommendation and with the mayor and have that for you all tonight.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Luckett, for that clarification. And again, this is why I see this whole process as really concerning. I strongly feel we should be deferring this entire item. I think it's a healthy conversation. I think this is the conversation we should be having at a council meeting. I think this is the presentation that we should be receiving from staff. So again, I think staff's done a phenomenal job, but I have real issues with what's going on here, because ultimately, as we look at this year, people and companies in the private sector really needed to make tough decisions. And with this annual budget that passed 4-3, there were not really tough decisions made. And so, for example, half of this council chose to have staff travel be the second highest in the history of Roswell. And I know tonight's budget proposal finally decreases it a little, but it doesn't go far enough. And so we're not even getting into the exact details on the large amount that still remains and still approved for this fiscal year into June 30th of 2021. And so when you have half the council that chose to pass that budget, which raised taxes on the homeowners, it was stated that in this unique year, we would go through a mini version of the annual budget each quarter. This is not what we got. It is what we got from staff. Staff gave us a presentation just like our annual budget, but the process presented is nothing like the annual budget that was discussed when that irresponsible budget was passed. Because ultimately, every single budget is always sacrifices. We always have to choose what are the right adds, what are the right deletes. And that's not a process that was set up here. And this is actually probably the first time I've ever seen a 7-figure amount of tax dollars to be recommended to be approved without ever being at a public meeting prior to this one. So again, we had that work session where it just said it was a possible option. It didn't get into it's going to be 1.2 million. And here's some examples why. As everyone's aware, one of my big issues with the budget that passed was the fact that our first responders need our support. So we have police officers getting paid hourly, taking on more responsibility than their subordinates, getting paid less than the individuals that have less responsibility. We need to correct that pay issue, and this council at a 4-3 vote refused to do that. So I am glad that we're talking about staff compensation, but we're not talking about it in the right way. And here's my 2 issues with it. Number 1 is, if I understand correctly, the way this is proposed, any staff member making 6 figures is getting a bonus, just as any staff member making $40,000 and being really on the front line. I have issue with that. If we look at from the 6-figure side of it, that's actually above the median household income in Roswell. So an individual making more than half of the households in Roswell getting a bonus, when so many in the private sector didn't get bonuses this year. Many had to potentially even get salary decreases, not to mention the, of course, layoffs, furloughs, so many different challenges. And now for the first time, we're discussing $1.2 million being set on a broad-based bonus without any fine tuning. So what I request is, and I really hope this can be an easy, unanimous agreement, is this is a healthy discussion. We're going to disagree on potentially what the final items in this final quarterly budget should be. But at the same time, I think we can all agree that we should not be moving forward a budget with 7-figure expenditures that have never been discussed in a public meeting before. So for that grounds, I really hope we're able to get a deferral tonight and have a healthy discussion where we can look at the whole pie. Because when we just look at one piece, of course, this one piece is a great idea, but what pieces of the pie are being sacrificed in these decisions? And by doing it this way, I have an issue that we're not being transparent to the residents to show really the whole pie of the decision matrix. And frankly, I think we need to be more responsible with tax dollars, knowing what a tough year it is. And so that's why again, I'm really hoping we can support a deferral for a very healthy budget discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Councilmember Zapata, I would like to caution you that if you continue to wave papers in the camera, that I will black out your camera. It's disruptive and it's disrespectful to people speaking.
It was helpful for me. I actually didn't mind it, Councilman Zapata. Thank you.
Because he was cheering you on. It's very disruptive. It's very disrespectful. Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mayor. And Ryan, great job. A lot of numbers there. And we got those, we saw them for the first time a couple weeks ago at a work session. We got the adjustments with the packet in the public on Thursday. It was Friday when we received your forecasts, which are very, very helpful to me. And Mayor Henry, if okay, I'd like to share my screen for just a moment. And where to go?
Would you check and see if Jason?
Can is the share screen green on the bottom of your screen?
Not yet. Just give me a moment here, guys. Share screen is green, but when I hit share screen, there. Can everybody see that?
Yep.
Okay. So I got the information as everyone else did. And spent a good portion of Saturday trying to summarize as best I could for my own benefit, and then for all of you if it helps. And I boiled it down to 11 numbers. Now I've left off of here the enterprise funds. Those operate sort of like their own businesses, and so what staff believes enterprise funds need, are harder for me to argue. Or to summarize. So let me just work with the major funds for just a moment. and start with our operating funds. So Mr. Luckett did two forecasts, his version version 1 and his version 2. In version 1, he reduces our sales tax revenue by 15% from its normal level for the next 4 months, and then gradually brings it up. And in in the version 2, he brings it down 20%. So he says we get 80% of our expected sales tax revenue, and then makes some other adjustments with some other items also. And so we then summarize back, and all this can tie out. We sort of worked through and done that. If you take a look at version 1, it would say that by the end of the year, if all goes as forecast, we would have $8.2 million more than our budget. If we took the CARES money out and segregated it and handled it separately, we would have a surplus by the end of the year of $4.3 million. If I look at version 2, which is more conservative, we would have 6.1 including the CARES and 2.2 not including the CARES. And so for the moment, if you take a quick look and just go to the corners of the matrix, you'd see that somewhere between 2.2 and $8.2 million better than our plan is where we might finish up. Now, again, if we're down here, the maximum probably would be 6 that comes out at the end of the process. Now, it might be beneficial to look at a version of this where we go down 30%, right? And it turns out to be as bad as it was in April. And in no way am I suggesting that we should go out and allocate out $8.2 million, okay? Staff's numbers, probably including capital somewhere around this, but this is about where the forecasts say we would end up with and without CARES. And so that was helpful for me to understand where we are, where we could be as the year goes through. If I move down here to capital for just a moment, as Ryan said during his presentation, it is our policy that when we have a budget surplus from a prior year, that we don't use it for operating. That's a good conservative policy. We use it for capital in the following year. And based on the fact that we mostly stopped spending April, May, and June when the pandemic started, our surplus over budget was about $4.6 million. If you all recall, we put an extra $1.6 million excess over our reserve policy of 3 months, which means that there would be $6.2 million available for one-time capital. Again, I'm not proposing that we would spend $6.2 million, but what I am saying is that when we look at these budget amendments or any amendment that any of us would like to bring forward, this is sort of the context to show it in. Finally, as we look down at the bottom, I wanted to understand versus a normalized budget. So in this case, it's the budget that they were going to present before COVID. And if you recall, it was about $9.4 million different than our current budget. So we had to come up with $9.4 million worth of reductions on the operating side. There was a shortfall in property tax of $600,000 due to appeals, which actually created a tax reduction in property tax for the year. And that said that our normalized versus a normalized budget, we had cut a little bit over $10 million out. On the capital side, a normal capital year, that year would have been about $7 million. And so to put it in perspective, we took out $10 million of operating. At most, we might be able to recover that. We're probably in a range closer to here. And the capital side, if things continue to go well, we may be able to fund quite a bit more capital. And if you'll remember, the two things we cut out of capital were somewhere around $3 million of repairs and maintenance to our 75 facilities, and another almost $3 million in road repair. And so, those were the two, and then we cut out the 4% salary increase for employees, which was a little bit over that $1.2 million number that we have seen so far. And so for me, I'm not prepared today to accept all of the pluses and minuses on the operating capital and certainly capital freeze. I want to spend a little more time with all of you and talk through what we think we might be able to do. And maybe it's second quarter, maybe it's not first quarter, but with this view, we kind of get an idea of what we can start to think about putting back into the budget. And I would suggest that we calendarize whatever we're thinking so that we understand and can pull back should we need to. But this is as best a summary as I could see. And I would say that I would be based on the fact that our employees, many of whom had their health and lives at risk during this process, I would be in favor of making that adjustment this evening, mostly because we're approaching payroll deadlines, holiday pay and spending issues with those employees. But I would say that looking up and down this thing, it's very helpful for me, hopefully helpful for all of you, to kind of get a feel for where we might end up the year with certain things happening. So with that, I'd turn it over to whoever has other questions, and I'd be willing to answer any that y'all might have of me. And I'd unshare if it would let me. There you go.
Thank you. Additional comments, questions from council. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. In reference to me reading the presentation, I'm sure I have a wide camera on my iPad or my notebook here. I guess this is a very, very, very small problem compared with all the issues not having regular meetings at the chamber, respecting social distancing, mask, and all the requirement temperature before walking into the chamber. So it's just very, I see what can I do with my wide camera here, so you don't see me reading and following the presentation from any department. But saying that and clarifying that, I would like to say that I know that it's the first time that we're doing first quarter reviews on the budget. I understand this, and I think it's a great initiative, not only for pandemic time, but also after pandemic time. I think it's a healthy habit to be able to review in quarterly the budget. So saying that, I would like to start from, making sense. So it's good to have this, but now the question is, what is the process? What is the formal process to move forward with the quarterly budget review? And that is what is not clear. It's the first time, I understand, it's time for improvement. If anybody have an open mind to get suggestion how to improve the process, but the process has to definitely be improved. They have to be improved because like Councilmember Palermo, I guess, mentioned, we all were expecting like a mini budget process, and this was far away from a mini budget process. So I understand it's new. We all, navigating these new waters together. So, I will like to see a proposal of the formal process moving forward, in terms of deadlines instead of different steps, different meetings, public meetings, different kind of public meetings, internal meetings with all council members, 3-on-3, and then staff, like we do on the budget, no more nor less than the process we do on the budget. So I was surprised to see that this was a very express budget review process. So something was left outside this process, which for me, I think is critical for transparency, to be open and to be inclusive, is the add and deletes, process. So we do need to add to this quarterly review process the add and deletes. So I'd like to start with then it's it was a great, thorough presentation from our finance director, but still, we need to answer more fundamental questions, and I will support the deferral that being talked here tonight.
I would like to correct something for the record, which is a mid-year budget amendment has been done as far back as I know. I'm going back 20 years. And our longest sitting council members have been on here 5. And for 5 years, you've had a mid-budget amendment that went through this very same process. What I promised was, because we are in such uncertain times and we didn't know if it would go up or down and we didn't know how quickly things could turn, I suggested that we do it on a quarterly basis. We are not adopting a new budget tonight. That is not what we're here for. This is a budget amendment. Now, I would be supportive of deferring this to the next council meeting because obviously many of you are not prepared to discuss this evening. And please know that staff's available, I'm available, we're all available here if you have questions. So I would urge you to ask questions before the next public meeting so that we can all be prepared to discuss the budget. But I would also highly support the $1.2 million for our staff. I think when you talk about the private sector, we're comparing apples to oranges right now. And these folks did not have the opportunity, a lot of these folks did not have the opportunity to work from home. They did not have the opportunity to adjust their schedules. There are many things that they did not have the opportunity to do. And I think that it is only fair to give them some assurance, some sense of stability, some sense that they know what is going to happen next. So I would encourage you all to pass the $1.2 million for the staff compensation. And if you all would like to hold off until the next council meeting, that would be great. We can certainly do that. I don't have any issues with that. And we can move forward on that. But I would also encourage you to be prepared to discuss the budget. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. I'm also in favor of deferring, but I have a couple of comments and questions. The first one deals with the COVID grant money. Would it be possible for us to have a meeting to discuss how that money is going to be allocated? I understand those are restricted funds, and the reason I ask that is perhaps we could do the hazard pay or one-time bonus for the employees out of those funds and not have to direct that towards our operating funds. So that's one question. And
that question for you right now. The $3.9 million that we received from Fulton County for the CARES Act, we have already spent for CARES Act related projects. So that and we took it out of our operating account and we paid CARES Act qualified items out of our operating. So the $3.9 million that Fulton County is putting back in for us is going back into our general fund. So yes, we can take the $1.2 million out of that. We can also look at many other things that we can do with that CARES Act money, including things like grant programs. We've been discussing, for example, the CDBG programs and what we've been able to fund, what we haven't been able to fund, and we can look at that as well. So, and one of the other things too is I've been watching it. Alpharetta allocated about $200,000 to specific projects. Theirs was a grant funding. The city of Dunwoody was right around $400,000, and all of that is commensurate with what they received in CARES Act. So I would encourage you all to think about what we want to use to shore up our general fund again on what we spent on COVID related projects, or issues or items, and then also what we want to give back to the community as well. So that was kind of a long-winded answer to your question, but we can allocate the 1.2 million out of that money right now.
Thank you. And then just as we are moving along with these quarterly reviews of the budget, my observation is that we are making an annual, rest of the year annual projection on the revenues. And Mr. Luckett, please correct me if I misunderstood that. However, on the expense side, we are not looking at the expenses for the year. We're only doing a partial adjustment for a period. And the specific example in this budget is the travel, the travel and education. We just took only 6 months of that and pulled that out because we didn't travel in that time frame. I would expect, or I would like to see, or I would propose, if others would agree with me, that we look at that budget for the whole year and make the adjustment now for the whole year to match how we're making the adjustment on the revenue side. And same with other expenses. I didn't have an opportunity to go through all the expense lines, but and then in another 3 months, we look at it again for the remaining 6 months and adjust accordingly again. Mr. Luckett, does that seem logical, or?
Yes, and the thinking behind the method we used, assuming we didn't really know, we don't really know what conditions are going to look like January through June in terms of education and travel and training and things like that, where most likely, that won't be going on at that point either. But the intention was, let's look at the first 6 months now. And then as we come to you all at mid-year, we would look at the second 6 months when it came specifically to education, training, and travel. In terms of the other expenditures, our hesitation in forecasting something for the rest of the year at this point for other items mainly centers around when it comes to personnel, not knowing completely levels of turnover. We forecast turnover in our budget, so we budgeted vacancy savings, but not knowing how that will shake out, as well as when you think about our operating, there are a lot of unknowns when it comes to like repairs and maintenance, and some other costs like that, it varies year to year just because it can be unique to that particular year. So there are some things definitely that we can look at now, but that was kind of the thinking behind what we brought before you all.
Thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. And so again, I certainly support a deferral. I think it's a healthy discussion. Regarding spending or voting to spend a 7-figure amount when it's the first public meeting that it's ever been discussed, I think is irresponsible and I think is unfair to taxpayers. I just purely believe in transparency. I understand that all of us can easily just make sure to go to the website on Thursday afternoon or check the email on Friday and see what's in there and prepare for the council meeting. We should not expect residents and taxpayers to have the same exact process and same exact due diligence that we as elected officials take. So my issue is not us discussing or voting on something. My issue is, did we do it the right way in front of residents? And I would actually guess, I know certainly in the 5 years that I've been here, except for something that came out of closure when it was a land acquisition, there has never been a 7-figure amount spent that had never been discussed before that night. I can't think of one. And even if there was one, I'll tell you right now, it's not the way that we as a council should behave. This is an important topic. It's one that certainly at the same time can afford to wait 2 weeks for proper public visibility. Because again, we have a lot of agreement. Everything the mayor said, I agree with. We have our first responders. We have our solid waste team. Those individuals can't work from home. I want to make sure we're taking care of those individuals. To clarify, we do have many different rules that do allow more working from home. So we do have a number of rules that allow working from home, and those are higher paying. Again, we have multiple six-figure jobs, which is above more than half of the households in all of Roswell. And what's being discussed without any public discussion before tonight is giving all of them a bonus when so many in the private sector didn't get that, as well as just the fact that we need to make sure we're targeting and looking at the whole budget instead of just making a decision tonight and then later on making a different decision. We should look at everything together, and maybe we find, I think, again, I keep on saying 1.2 million, that's from the general fund, it's 1.5 total. So maybe 1.5 is the right number, maybe it's 1, maybe it's 2. Again, I go back to actually focusing on, I feel we do need to do merit, and we need to do merit to those first responders that we have that have a pay discrepancy. Because we right now especially, we don't need more turnover among our first responders that are working so hard to keep us safe. And again, it feels like the nice thing to do just to go ahead and approve this 7-figure budget item tonight, but we're not looking at that whole picture and making sure to take care of really all of our employees that need it most.
Well, let me say this, Councilmember Palermo, I did look at the whole picture. I did look at the entire budget. I have poured over this. I am sorry that you're not prepared this evening. If you would like to have another council meeting to get prepared, that's great. If you would like to just go ahead and deny any type of a compensation package for our employees, that's up to you as well. So, Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ryan, and Mayor and staff for all the work that you have done bringing this forward. I would also support a deferral to continue some discussion among council members that asked some questions about the funding that is available and the funding that we, as a council, would be willing to release, and some discussion of additional ads, looking back at some of the requests that have been made by the departments and partner organizations. I do think we need to have some further discussion about that. And I do support the additional compensation for our first responders and for our employees. I think they've certainly gone above and beyond every day since the pandemic began. So if we want to have further conversations about that, I would support that as well. But I definitely think that it's something that we should move forward on for the holidays.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. Mayor, unfortunately, I hear from you so many times that this council is not prepared, and I will totally disagree with you, because given the level of fundamental questions and fundamental comments by this council show the level of preparedness of this council. Voting is a different story, but accusing of not being prepared is totally misleading. I'm so sorry that I need to clarify, because you repeatedly said that this council is not prepared, and it's so far from the truth. And if you pay attention to the level of fundamental questions and comments from this council, you will realize that we are all prepared, but we are not ready to vote. And we're not ready to vote for, what was mentioned, that, some of these have been discussed for the first time in front of the public in detail, or more in detail. There is missing information. There's missing, just to give you an idea, regarding the compensation, there's different criteria. There are different criteria to assess I don't know if it's 1.2 or 1.521, $60 million one-time compensation is, sometimes I talk about 1.2, but then here is 1.5, I don't know. So, so these different criteria, and these criteria will never discuss in depth in front of the public. So, so we are prepared, but we are not ready to vote. And I think that, having our HR director, Mr. Harner, eventually participating here to give us options of what kind of one-time compensation we should be considering in terms of the universe of employees we have, part-time, full-time, recent hire, all hire, employees making below 50,000, employees making more than 50,000. There's so many variables that have to be considered here for the criteria of how we're going to move forward with the employee one-time compensation. So, we can have this conversation in private, or we can have these conversations and presentations in front of the public. But definitely there is a critical information here to have a well participated and inclusive decision here of the first quarter budget review. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to point out to the general public that Mr. Jim Herner was involved in the meetings and the recommendation from staff on the compensation. And I would also like to reiterate, I support a deferral if that's what you all want to do, is defer this to the next meeting. But once again, I would encourage you to be prepared and be prepared to discuss and vote in the next meeting. Additional comments from council? Do we have a motion?
Are you going to? Mayor Henry, are you going to take any public comment here?
No one is in the queue to speak from the public. Thank you for reminding me to mention that, though.
And I have one question for you. Are you recommending deferring everything, or are you recommending the employee piece? I got confused at the end of your discussion.
Well, I would recommend deferring everything with the exception of the employee compensation. Like I said, that is time sensitive. That is something that I think is really important to our employees, and they need the certainty to move forward on it. But I recognize that I may not have the votes for that. And we have discussed this in public. We had the options of merit increases versus one-time compensation, and this is where we are today. So does that answer your question, Councilmember Tyser?
It does.
Okay, so I called for a motion.
Okay, with that, and with respect to your request, I would move that we defer all the items as presented until the next council meeting, and would recommend, or would then also move to approve the employee compensation adjustment. That would be my motion, and I would encourage my colleagues to get together over the next couple of weeks. I'm available pretty much at any time. I appreciate those that have already met with me for an hour or so today, but I could see us spending quite a bit more time, and I'm willing to put in that time with each of you individually or a couple of you at a time to go through these things. This is very much very important to understand where we're going to be in the future. So that would be my motion. Thank you.
I have two.
You've got a motion. Do I have a second?
I have a clarifying question. I might be the second. I just have to understand.
You're out of order. I haven't called on you, Councilmember Palermo.
Clarifying question. So I need to know the motion.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. So clarifying question for the motion. Is that for a bonus for all employees, or is that a bonus for all the employees making under 100,000 that couldn't work from home? So in other words, does that include every employee that's making above $100,000 and has the ability to work from home?
At this point, the information or the way it's been presented to us is all employees. If it makes a difference to you to exclude those over $100,000, I don't want to deal with the ones that can't work from home, but if that makes a difference to you and gains your support, we could take up those over $100,000 at the next meeting.
Well, and so because the other clarifying thing, although it was said that Mr. Harner was available, again, the first time any of us saw this number was Thursday or Friday. And there was never a public discussion.
What's your clarifying question about the motion? What is it?
There's the motion. It's moving forward tonight, even though that Mr. Harner and really all of us have never.
Excuse me. What is your clarifying question on the motion?
That's
you are pontificating. You are not asking for clarification on a motion.
Okay.
What is it about Councilmember Tyser's motion that you need clarification on?
So the first one was making sure that I understood that it's including those making above 100,000, and it's those that are able to work from home. He confirmed that that is his intention and what his goal from his motion is.
Thank you. Councilmember Tizer, would you please clarify? Oh, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I'd like to amend the motion that I made in order to gain Councilmember Palermo's support on this. And I would like to amend that motion to move forward tonight on all employees under $100,000, deferring this decision on employees over $100,000 until the next council meeting.
Do we have a second?
I have a clarifying question.
Oh, okay, thank you. Apparently we have trouble understanding this evening. Councilmember Hall, what is your question?
My question is to Councilmember Tizer, if your motion includes to have those funds come out of the COVID funds for the employee one-time hazard extra work payout.
Well, Councilmember Tizer, I would caution you because what Fulton County has done is they have written us a check for $3.9 million, which has gone into our general fund. So actually the funds would come out of the general fund. We don't have a separate account that says CARES Act fund from Fulton County. So it would be a general fund expenditure, but for our discussions going forward, perhaps Councilmember Tizer, if you would clarify that out of the 3.9 million that goes back into our general fund, that we are going to commit 1.2 for this employee compensation out of that. So in future discussions, we have already reduced that 3.9 by 1.2. Is that what you're asking, Councilmember Hall?
Yes, because I understood those are restricted funds. And
No, they're not. That's what I was trying to explain before. Okay, what we spent over $4 million out of our general fund on items that had to qualify for CARES Act money. And we did that. We're good. We're squared up with Fulton County. We're fine there. We spent the money the way it was supposed to be spent for CARES Act out of our general fund. This money is going back in to our general fund from Fulton County. We've already made all the CARES Act expenditures, well over $4 million. So this is not restricted money, this is general fund money. But if you want to say out of the 3.9, 1.2 has to be used for this, so we'll reduce the discussion for other expenditures when we talk about the CARES Act reimbursement.
yes, that is how I would like, that would be my proposal.
Okay, so Councilmember Tizer, back to you for clarification, please.
I'm fine with Councilmember Hall's recommendation. I think over the next couple of weeks, we do need to have a robust discussion, as everyone has indicated on that. But if I think that works for us to think about it that way, that would be fine with me.
And that just frames the conversation. So we've got a motion. Do we have any other clarifying comments? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Wilsey. All those in favor, please raise your hands.
Now that we know it's seconded, I think there should be a chance for discussion.
Excuse me, you're out of order again, Councilmember Palermo. I'm not quite certain what it is about this process that you have trouble with. We've got a motion, we've got a second, and I've called for a vote.
You're not allowing comment on a seven-figure expenditure that's never been discussed before tonight. That is unethical. That is unethical. I've never seen it happen before, and it should never happen. It's a dangerous precedent. This is the same council that voted away, taken away minutes, trying to do all these things to have decisions.
The mayor kindly just mute you, Mike Palermo.
All those in favor, please raise your hands. And the motion is in favor, Councilmember Hall, Councilmember Tizer, Councilmember Wilsey, Councilmember Judy. All those opposed? Councilmember Zapata is opposed.
I was not given the right to vote. I was not given the right to vote. I was silenced with a seven-figure budget, with a seven-figure budget expenditure.
And then you don't even let him vote? You don't even let vote an elected official like you are? That
You
is
did not let me vote. You shut me off on the system. You
Yeah.
didn't let me vote.
Yeah, you didn't take the vote. Unbelievable. You operate like that. So,
We're going to take a recess.
Am I still holding for a patio permit?
Yes.
session. So I would invite council to join us for the remainder of the meeting. And as soon as Councilmember Zapata joins us, we will resume. Thank you. Let me say this as we move forward in this meeting and in future meetings. I am the presiding officer over these meetings. One of the things that I am required to do is maintain order. If anyone speaks out of turn that is not recognized, you will be permanently removed from the meeting. So having said that, I would like to go forward, and the next item on the agenda is Community Development Department. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. Item number 3, approval of the request to rezone 2019-5129 from RS30, single family suburban, to CIV, civic and institutional, located at 615 and 635 Hembry Road for future development. This item was deferred by Mayor and Council at the March 9th, 2020 meeting, and was then deferred again at the October 13, 2020 Mayor and Council meeting.
Stiebel.
Mr. Turner. Thank you. Good evening, Council. Give me 1 second to pull up my screen. All right, yeah, I'll do a little bit more of the background. This item was submitted in December of last year. A neighborhood meeting was held in January of this year, and Planning Commission in February, and as Councilman Zapata stated, in March, it was deferred. The applicant was given 90 days to submit a detailed site plan. We received the site plan in May. It went to Planning Commission in September and was recommended for approval. Mayor and Council saw it in October, and they recommended that the applicant meet with some of the surrounding neighbors in the HOAs. That meeting was held on October 27th. Some of the items discussed were expanding the buffer from the type C to the type D, the 40-foot buffer, the various uses allowed in Civic, the size of the building, and the traffic on non-Sunday days and other events. Here's the location of the property, right next to the existing church. Property is zoned RS30, as are the adjacent properties except for the existing church, which is Civic, and across the street is PRD. And I should say also the entire area is in the suburban residential character area. Here's the revised site plan. The major change was the move from a 20-foot buffer to the 40-foot buffer. This was accomplished mainly on the rear by going from a fire retention to underground, and a little bit of the amenity area to one of the side areas was moved to somewhere else. The buildings are the same size as previously proposed. The parking remains the same. So the main shift is that change in the buffer. And as I said, it is still the same size. Staff recommends approval that the property be developed in substantial accordance with the site plan received November 6th. That was the one we just put up. And the square footages are not guaranteed. There may be a reduction required by any staff comments. And also that a combination plat for all the properties must be approved and recorded prior to submittal of any permit. And this was Planning Commission's recommendation back in September for the August plan. Any questions for staff?
Council, have any questions? Councilmember Judy.
So we've been down this road a couple times now, and I think it's important that we look at this tonight in one of two ways as a council. One, are we going to take the site plan as is and approve or deny with a few conditions on it? Or are we going to throw out the site plan as is and basically condition this property going forward and rezone it as civic with conditions that we want? I think as a council, we need to pick which direction we want to go rather than back and forth, because I think that is going to cause a lot. We'll be here a long time trying to figure it out. And, I know in the last section, we asked the applicant if they wanted us to condition it or to approve or deny. I again would want to know that question, and and make sure with staff that we can. I believe this is probably a legal question. We can condition approve the civic and condition as we want, or we can just approve or deny the site plan.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Henry. Would you, it's a question for staff, would you share the highlights of the last neighborhood meeting with all these mayor and council, please?
Sure. The main thing that was discussed was usually the uses. People had questions about the new building. Would they be offices? Would there be storage? Are there Sunday school classes? Is it a school? That probably took up the bulk of it, down even to the square footage of the storage in the basement. So that was pretty detailed. There was also discussion from surrounding neighbors regarding buffers. Of course, all the neighbors wanted them to go from the type C, the 20-foot, to type D. And then there were other comments and concerns relating to traffic. The traffic study was done on Sunday, which was the peak traffic day for a church. And they were curious about what traffic may look like during the weekday. I believe the other major issue was the size of the buildings in relation to the surrounding homes.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So what was the response to all of that? Will you share with the people the responses, or what was the dialogue between back and forth, and where was the most critical points of all these conversations?
Councilmember Zapata, I don't know if staff is comfortable responding to that question, but we will be. Might work than staff. Additional comments from council for staff? Yes, for Hall.
I apologize, but you're, we're muted for most of the time, and you keep getting muted. I didn't hear your response.
No. Wait.
Yeah.
1 second. One? Really?
I'm out. At least your window.
How do we tell them that? Can you hear me right now? I think we're gonna have this. So, a minute. Pardon? I don't know how to.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
We could hear you there.
Good, you're live.
Thank you. I apologize. We had some technical difficulties and had to reboot this computer. So I believe we're up and running now. Can you all hear me okay? I believe where we left off, Councilmember Zapata had asked a question for staff, and my recommendation was that we ask those questions of the applicant. I'm not sure if staff is comfortable interpreting what they heard at the meeting. I think perhaps we might get a truer response from the applicant when we hear from him. Is that acceptable to you, Councilmember Zapata?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, additional comments for staff before I open it up to the applicant? Yes, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question. Is it relevant in a residential area to look at a bulk plane and the slope? I know that we went through that in some other properties, and I was just wondering if staff could comment on that, if it's relevant and how it would apply in this case.
Sure. So the bulk plane starts at 3 stories, and then the view of the building compared to the buffer. The property here being zoned civic would only be allowed to be 2 stories. So at that point, they're actually not tall enough to be have the bulk plane applied to them.
Thank you.
Additional questions from council for staff? At this time, I'd like to hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Mayor Henry, council members. How are y'all tonight? I hope everybody's doing okay. I'm here tonight to represent the church, St. Mary Coptic Orthodox Church. Join me, Mr. Dinweb, as a representative for the board members as well. I would like to brief the mayor and the councilor about the public hearing. I call it a public hearing. It was a meeting happened with the homeowner representatives and some of the homeowners surrounding the property. I felt the major concern for the people adjacent to the property is the 20-foot buffer. So we adjusted that to the 40-foot buffer. Also, where's a gazebo area, we utilized an area in the back for the gazebo. We removed that gazebo out of that area since we changed the buffer to 40 feet all the way surrounding the back and the side of the property adjacent to the neighbor farther west of us. But of course, that buffer did not apply to the east side because it's adjacent to our property right beside us. Also, few of the questions they raised was about the size of the building as far as the heights and as far as the basement on the back. And I tried to explain that we have to follow some grades and utilize the slope already existing on the property. Some concerns were mentioned about the landscaping. And of course, I did assure them that we are not applying for land disturbance permit at the moment, but at the time we submit land disturbance permit and building permits, all this landscaping detail goes through the city, and it have to have the comments and respond and reply to it to comply with the city guidelines. As far as the size for the building, as I mentioned to them too, that we use the UDC guidelines to determine what's allowed for the size of the building under the guidelines. Actually, we should have a 1.2 acres as open area for amenities, and we have 1.7 acres left as open for the amenities. In reality, the other issues being or questions being asked as to answer Council Judy was the size of the storage area. Why we need a storage area in the basements of these buildings. It's very natural. We have all volunteers, so we need a little bit of a space because they don't operate equipments on a daily basis, so we can't really put any equipment or anything in a very tight place. It might be more harmful to everybody than trying to help. Other things being mentioned is the traffic. And I also respond to that as based on the DOT from the city that we need to use the most highest count, and the engineer, the traffic engineer. The most highest count 4 cars are available at the parking lot or at the church, and we use the Sunday, which is basically the highest count cars available at the church. That is really summarize all the questions, and of course the one other thing is being raised, to be quite frank, is what if Fulton County came and acquired a property for a public school, and as we all explained before, and maybe Kevin had mentioned that too as well before, that we are not going to be able to fight Fulton County if they decided to, but I don't think the site is that desirable for them, and not our wish to give it up to Fulton County. And as far as a private school, that is a conditional use, so we're not going to be able to do it. That is basically all what is being mentioned on the meeting, and I believe if there's any comments or anything is being mentioned, maybe Kevin can refresh my memory, but I believe this is just about all the conversation. And of course, I'm open here to answer any questions you may have. And hopefully, since we got this plan or site plan being approved by the planning committee twice before, I'd like to get your support tonight for rezoning.
Councilmember Zapata, did he answer the question that you had posed to staff?
Yes, partially. So I have some more details, but to clarify, you talk about the size of the building, you focus on the high and the basement, and what about the size of the building, the 69,000 square foot? Was this discussed with the neighbors? What was the position? Here I'm trying to find out, common ground for everybody feeling comfortable with this project. So I don't know what was discussed in terms of mass and scale on the 60,000 square foot.
Councilor, they did mention the size of the buildings. That is 2 buildings is the total of 67,000. That is not just one building. And that is actually 67,000 square feet. I mentioned to them on 4.01 acres. So we'll call it 4 acres. And we came up with the calculation based on the guidelines. Of course, as I mentioned before, and now since we changed the buffer to a 40-foot buffer, then the size of the buildings, both buildings, might change slightly to lower in case of the underground detention pond, because now obviously we don't have a room for above ground detention pond. So that's will affect a little bit the size of the building. So the size of the building might be effective slightly lower. Of course, as I mentioned before, we came up with this calculation based on the guidelines available in the city guidelines. Thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So again, appreciate the time and the discussion, and you requesting to take it back last time based on the suggestions. So kind of, I want to give you a little reminder of the discussion I feel we had. So one thing is, which is big, is what we approve on needs to be the definite, not the maybe. So you mentioned, that maybe the building might get a little smaller, but again, what I'm focused on is what's the approval request, because that's really the maximum, and I'm very risk averse and just want to make sure that we're really protecting our neighborhoods, the character of our different areas, and really respecting the zoning areas, et cetera. And so with that, I definitely prefer 40 foot buffers over 20 foot buffers. So there's no question. I think that's better for a residential area. I guess my concern that I still had was last time when we were discussing, you had mentioned something along the lines of basically you built the building so big because that was what was allowed within Civic. And that was where my concern was. I kind of saw that as maximizing it, which certainly I think would be appropriate if this was a commercial corridor type area. That's where civic zoning, commercial corridor, I think absolutely makes sense, where it's absolutely maximized. But again, this is something where it's not already zoned civic. It's not in a higher intensity area. This is a really lowest intensity area, being a neighborhood. So therefore, my concern still comes back to feeling like the building seems really just too big, where it doesn't really seem to kind of fit in, and really looks to change the character of the area. So I guess that's my concern, and the reason I bring that up is because you mentioned again, you mentioned that really you've designed this based on what's allowed within the UDC, and it is if it was a civic zone property. This is not a civic zone property, and so when I was supportive of Jacob's Ladder years ago, in going from residential to civic, it really still maintained a residential feeling. So even though there was the civic use, it really did fit in more with the character. And so I guess that's something I'd like to discuss more, because you mentioned that maybe it would end up going smaller because of the detention pond. But again, I'm risk averse, so I've got to look at whether I approve, add different conditions or deny based on what's really that maximum possible based on the site plan. Does that make sense on my thought process?
Absolutely. I totally agree with you. I'm not against it. I'm just trying to say that when I say probably go less, that means not to exceed anything below that. That would be the maximum square foot allowed on the buildings. But I don't really know what is the recommendation from the city or from the counselors about what the size would be, because we just use basically the format allowed by the guidelines. But the site plan is basically designed to not to exceed, anything not to exceed. So basically we're limiting not to go above that, but anything below that, of course, I don't see or foresee that's going to be an issue either with the city or the church if we have to go lower. But that's basically where we're at. Hopefully that's answered your question as well.
Councilmember Judy.
Thank you, Mayor. So to that point, it kind of goes back to the question I asked earlier. Kind of need some direction from you, Jason, regarding this, because if you look at, and I'm just going to throw some stuff out there. By no means am I an expert in planning. I didn't get elected and all of a sudden became a community planner. But if you look at homes on acre lots here in the city, I would say they probably around, 7,500 square feet. And you said there's 4 acres there. A lot of the homes less on an acre or less are, probably much lower than that. But if you're looking at that and you say, all right, on the high end, 7,500 square feet, you got 4 acres, come in a little over 30,000 square foot in a building. Your building's almost still double that for the acreage that if you take the high end of an acre. So I guess my question is if we looked at the zoning around there and the size and feel of a building, if you got down to what it is in that like a normal neighborhood, is that acceptable to y'all? Is it still useful or is it not? Because I don't think anybody here has has a problem with the uses as a church. I still think it's the unknown of what this building's size. We know the maximum, but we'd like to know what you could live with, because that would really make our decision a lot easier here. with the buffers and use and us being able to turn this into a civic and make those rules, make those conditions work. So from my point of view, that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. If it's got to be a 68,000 or whatever it was square foot building, two buildings, that's a lot of space on 4 acres. So just trying to get your feeling on that. And I'd like to hear some input from the other council members, because that's just kind of my thought process as we go into this.
Additional comments from council? We don't have anyone in the public that would like to speak, so I'll open this back up to council for questions from the applicant and or staff. Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And Matt, I thank you for bringing up that option of adding conditions to the property to make sure that it's in with the size, scale, and character of the area. A couple of questions. I know that we received an email from one of the HOAs with a set of conditions. I was just curious if the applicant is familiar with those and if staff has reviewed those conditions and thinks that they might be reasonable. To the point about, size and scale of the building, I was curious about lot coverage in the adjoining residential areas and what that is currently and how it compares to what would be available in Civic and what's being proposed.
Staff have any comments or response?
We are pulling up the letter right now to look at those conditions.
I mean, I can review them, if you'd like, while you're pulling up. Just the desired conditions in the letter were cannot remove any trees more than 12 inches in diameter outside of the proposed building footprint. If any are removed greater than 6 inches in diameter, the same size tree will need to be replaced on another location on the property. Buffer to be 60 feet from roadways and adjacent neighbors. I believe this was something that happened at World Harvest Church. No commercial uses such as walk-in, walk-out weekly transactions open to the public, otherwise allowable within civic zoning. And require a traffic study for 7 days a week per full operating hours. And again, I guess my question would be to ComDev staff if those seem reasonable and to help accomplish some of the things that Councilmember Judy was concerned about, and if they would be acceptable to the applicant.
The buffer to 60 is, I think there's some confusion about World Harvest. They actually had a type C buffer. They had a 20-foot buffer with another 20-foot landscaping. I don't know what the impact, obviously it would make the building smaller if they did a 60-foot. I don't know where we've done that before. No retail and commercial, that's not allowed in Civic. Maybe transportation could speak to the traffic study, but Sunday would be their highest peak. I can't imagine that what would happen on off-peak days would be much compared to what a Sunday would be. Rob, you want to say anything about that?
Real quickly, good evening, everyone. Regarding a traffic study, our current process is to anticipate the maximum impact that a property would have on, in this case, Hembry Road. So based on the information provided to us, that maximum impact is Sunday services. There's no reason why, if you want to require them to increase the scope of this traffic study, they wouldn't be able to. I'm just being honest with you and upfront that there won't be any due to the fact that the Sunday analysis didn't result in any conditions, there wouldn't be any additional conditions that would come up based on that analysis for, let's say, what this would impact on a Wednesday evening or a Thursday evening, based on all the information that the applicant has given to us.
And then as far as the tree requirements, we would recommend they continue to follow the code as far as the tree removal and replacement plan.
Councilmember Palermo.
First of all, I think I see Ms. Bromberg, or really for any staff member. Can you remind us how the tree policy works? Because I want to say the way it currently works is for anything under 6 inches, anything 6 inches, and frankly, even anything under 12 inches, if I'm understanding correctly, there's no requirement from the developer. The requirement just ends up becoming when they cut down specimen trees. Is my understanding accurate, or is that inaccurate?
No, sir. Anything over 3 inches requires to be included in the permit application. So the tree survey would have to include that. And then what we would be looking at from a tree removal perspective is, of course, if any specimen is removed, it has to be recompensed in some form or fashion. And then the other thing is that the more trees they are able to leave on the property, the better, because they do have to meet the required tree density units for the parcel in the after condition. So anything that is removed that brings them under that level, they'd have to replace. So that's why the recommendation would be to follow the tree protection ordinance as it's written.
So I guess here's my question. So then hypothetically, let's say there's no specimen trees. They only have them that are 6 inches. That's above 3 inches. So you're paying attention to that. And then basically, if those were all cut down, then there's still the requirement to replace the amount of tree density units that were taken down.
Correct. In order to meet the minimum per acre requirement. So it's not necessarily replace anything that was taken down. Okay. It's to make sure that the minimum tree density units per acre are provided on the total project. And of course, they'd have to get a permit. There is a fee for that permit to remove those trees that are non-specimen.
Okay, thank you for that reminder. So basically, there is a requirement to replace some of the tree density units. However, it's not necessarily, it's based on per acre, not how many were actually taken down.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm going to look at I don't remember what the density per acre is offhand. So we're looking it up just to give you a perspective.
Well, they're in this character area.
So they're required to have 20 density units per acre. And for example, a 3-inch tree is, that's existing. Yeah, so for example, a 6-inch tree is 2.4 density units existing. And then for proposed, I believe it's actually, if you're planting 3-inch trees, it's a half a unit. So you get more credit for the existing trees that you keep towards that density unit, which would mean that if they're under the density unit, they have to plant a lot more trees in order to make up for the difference.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that reminder. And then, so I guess for what I was listening to and I heard and just discussed, for me, I feel that, again, I'm really big on just making sure that whatever we're approving is compatible with the area and really compatible with this very residential area. So I would certainly be more comfortable with 60 feet from the roadways and the adjacent neighbors. I think that's something that would be impacting really the just really looking really the appropriateness and the compatibility of that. So that's something I definitely be curious to hear from the applicant. Also, I think it is important. It's certainly important for me that I would want to walk through the uses within Civic and just make sure that they're uses that all work well for the applicant, and at the same time, it's not including different uses that might not be appropriate in a residential area.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. This question is for staff, and I believe, I don't recall, we asked this last time. The setback from the street, is it 100 feet, or where are the other buildings set back? What is the rule for that?
So the other buildings range are between 70 to 85, about 70 to 80 feet back. And the current building measured looked to be about 65 to 70 feet. So it is in line with the existing church and the assembly hall building that they have next door. That one might be up a little bit further, might be about 60 feet, but when measuring it out, they range between 60 and about 75 feet back from the road.
Thank you.
Councilmember Judy.
So to Councilman Palermo's points, I agree with, if we're going to approve this tonight or look at approving this, I agree with his statements about the uses, about the buffer. What I'd like to hear is about the size, because I know that is one of the major issues. You know, do you have two buildings that are 15,000 square foot apiece, or do you have two buildings that are 30 and change square feet, or do you have one building? You know, I'm trying to figure out, looking at this, there's a big issue with the neighbors worried about this church starting to creep, because it says their plans, and maybe you can talk to this, that there are plans to get other parcels around the church. I don't know if that's true or not, and I think you could probably allay some fears there to expand the church footprint beyond this property we're looking at here. That's in a couple letters that came to us. So would like to hear on that, and then also would like to hear from, you know, Councilman Palermo and others where we are on size here, because I think we can get somewhere here pretty quickly, because I think we all believe in the uses, the buffers, and the traffic. So I think where our main issues is size, but I would like to hear from the applicant on possibly obtaining other properties around, if that's a goal of the church. Because obviously you would look at the size of this if you were going to do that. So.
Additional comments, questions from council? Councilmember Zapata?
Thank you, Mayor. So just to start rounding here, you know, I've been taking notes from all comments here. So it seems like we're down to, if this council would like to approve, is down to the size of the building. Right now is showing us 67,000 on 2 buildings on 4 acres. Uses, buffers, setbacks, landscaping, detention underground, but I guess that is already in there. So I think we're down to these 1, 2, 3, 4 critical variables here that we need to decide, and then see if the applicant is in agreement with what this council would like to, you know, see in terms of, again, I repeat, size of the building, uses, buffers, setbacks, landscaping.
Mayor Henry, councilors, I would like to introduce Mr. Dinwiddie. He'd like to address some of this comment as well and answer some of the questions, if you don't mind.
Can he answer the questions that Councilmember Zapata just posed?
I'll be more than happy to address them all after Din.
After what?
After Mr. Webb talks. If you want me to answer them now, I'll be more than happy to respond to some of the questions.
If anyone can respond to the questions, that's what I would appreciate, because council has asked a number of questions.
I think I can respond. This is the mayor. My name is Den Webb. Good evening, everyone. My address is 1230 Peachtree Street, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309. I'm a land use lawyer. I was asked to help the board better understand this process and maybe better redefine its plan, but I wasn't really brought in until this weekend. I haven't seen the HOA conditions you just discussed, and I don't think Mr. Topic has seen those either, and neither has the board. But I'm hearing what you're talking about. I've worked with a lot of schools and churches over the years, and I know that obviously everyone's interested in parameters so they understand what is being proposed now, and more importantly, what this will become in the future. And I do think that I can help this process by trying to bring some definition to building size, particularly a list of uses moving forward. And I do understand why you're interested in all that. And while I know this application has been around for a while, and I do hear the desire to get it right, and I know that's the board's desire as well. So I would ask that you consider, maybe a brief deferral so we can talk through these things. I think I can advance this fall by the time we come back and have a list of uses that you guys can understand and probably be comfortable with, and talk through some of these other issues. So that would be my request.
We've got a request for deferral. Councilmember Judy?
Unless Councilmember Zapata would like to do it, I would like to motion for deferral. Or second.
Councilmember Zapata?
Thank you. So, well, I mean, if the applicant is requesting deferral to address, this, in particular, this that we just discussed here, and come back with the minimum acceptable size of the building, which seems to be today 67,000, something that this mayor and council doesn't feel very comfortable, seems like. So if they can come back again with the minimum square foot that they feel comfortable to operate, and see if it's something that the community and this mayor and council feel comfortable, the uses, very clear uses, the buffers, we're talking about 60 feet buffers is what everybody feels kind of comfortable. Setbacks, 70 feet setbacks, and a plan for landscaping. I'll be happy to see this on a deferral. So if this is the case, and this is what I want to discuss, when this application comes back, I will make a motion to defer this item for what we didn't discuss, if it's just immediately the next mayor and council meeting, or the applicant need 4 weeks instead of 2 weeks. This was not clear, so I would like to clarify with the applicant when we're deferring this for when will be something that will be productive for everybody.
Thank you, Councilor. Actually, 2 weeks will be sufficient. I think will be good, since I never, this is the first time I hear about, the increase of the size of the buffer. We only had two options. It's 20 feet or 40 feet. And of course, the landscaping and the tree ordinance is something we have to comply with. So that's a easy answer. But the rest of it, I guess we need to get back with the board of the church and come up with what is the maximum size they would like to have in both buildings. Just to mention something for the record, the activity building, which including the gym next door to the property adjacent immediately to the east side, is actually 32,000 square feet on 1.4 acres. So I would still like to defer it for 2 weeks at least, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zapata?
Okay, so motion to defer to the next mayor and council meeting.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Zapata, a second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Councilmember Zapata, we're back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. So we go to item number 4. The agenda RZ 2020416 Spring Drive, and Marietta Highway request for site plan approval.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Let me get the screen going here. So this is 2020-4160 site plan approval for Spring Drive and Marietta Highway. Here is the location of the property. This was rezoned back in 2015 to RS12. The property is not a rezoning, it is a site plan approval for the condition placed on it by the mayor and council at that time to bring a site plan back in compliance with all RS12 requirements. As you can see, this is the zoning currently of the property. It is RS12. This is the proposed site plan. It has 8 lots. The site plan shows all 8 lots meeting the RS12 requirements, 12,000 square foot minimum, 35-foot front setback, 10-foot side, and 30-foot rear. This is the proposed grading plan. There is a retaining wall shown around the detention facility. The grading plan provided by the applicant lists the top of the wall and the bottom of the wall section at 22 feet located in the southeast corner abutting lot 3 of the development. The remainder of the wall is at 9 feet in height, so I'll go around that. Here's the wall. The only wall they have on here is around the detention pond. The highest portion here is at 22 feet. This corner right here by lot number 3, which this is lot number 3, the remainder of the wall is at 9 feet. I will let the applicant explain how high they are or how you can see it from Marietta Highway. To give a little history on this property, as I indicated, it was rezoned in 2015, requested by the council at the time to bring a site plan back to the mayor and council. The applicant filed a lawsuit at that time. It has taken 4.5 to 5 years to finalize the lawsuit. And the applicant has now brought a site plan in to meet the RS12 requirements based on the condition placed on it at that point in time by the mayor and council in January of 2015. Once this site plan is approved by the council, they must go through the preliminary plat stage. So that would be required of them to go, that is their next step. They would do a preliminary plat, which would be more in-depth for a site plan, because this is conceptual, a more in-depth grading plan, and tree plan requirements, which would then go to the planning commission. And then once approved by the planning commission, they can then file for the land disturbance permit at that point in time. Once the land disturbance permit and everything is done, and the roads are built and everything, all the utilities are in, a final plat will be submitted, go through the process, and be back before council for acceptance of the roads. Staff recommends approval of the site plan submitted to us on October 27th of 2020. Do you have any questions for staff?
Council, have any questions for staff? Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. When we saw this earlier, you had indicated that they were going to present a depiction of how that retaining wall was going to look like from Marietta Highway 120. Is that available? And then my second question was, I think there was some talk about the street being adjusted still for fire code.
Okay, so the applicant submitted a revised plan to meet the fire code requirements, and I did speak with the applicant, so they will be addressing the road portion as to how the wall looks from the Marietta Highway. So they will answer that question when they speak. And they did update and revise the plan, so all fire code requirements have been met.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. I have 2 questions for staff. So Ms. Dybel, you mentioned that the applicant's going to talk about how the retaining wall looks and how tall it would be, et cetera, from Marietta Highway. What about the neighboring property? Is the applicant going to speak to that, or is that something that staff should speak to?
When you say neighboring property, do you mean the office that's located on Marietta Highway?
Yes.
So I guess the applicant can speak to how that's going to look based on how next to the office. But as I said, the main portion, the tallest part of the wall is facing lot number 3, which, so let me go back to share screen so I can show you exactly based on, let's see, here we go. So going back to the site plan here and the grading plan. So lot number 3 is this lot here. The main piece is here. This is the tallest piece, tallest part of the wall at 22 feet. So the applicant will indicate how they will be addressing the look towards lot number 3 and how it's facing the office building sitting here on Marietta Highway. One other thing I wanted to indicate here is the applicant has looked at, since there's only 8 lots, trying to connect to another road doesn't actually really apply to this situation, since the number of trips don't generate a second access point, whether that access point would be on Marietta Highway or on Spring Drive. So I just wanted to let you know that, since there's the number of lots don't require that section.
And so, Ms. Devil, you just actually went into my second question, so you're definitely a mind reader, and I appreciate it. It was probably more for Mr. Del Ross, but you might be aware of it as well. It was my understanding, so it is my understanding that there's no requirement for the second entrance here. So I certainly understand that, but for the public, want to make sure we have that discussion, because I know Mr. Del Ross told me it when I had asked something a little while back. It was my understanding that if the property had been bigger and therefore, went further down Marietta Highway from Spring Drive, for example, perhaps if the office building was included, it was my understanding then potentially there would be the require for the second entrance / exit, unless council were to overrule RDOT's, guidance. But you're saying it's actually based on, even if it was bigger, you're saying it's based on number of lots. And can either you or Mr. Del Ross just help me understand what that determinant is?
Sure. I spoke with Mr. Del Ross this afternoon related to this, and he indicated that in order to have a second access, a second entrance on the same street, you would need to at least have about 18 homes. And for a second access on an opposite street, so like one on Spring Drive and one on Marietta Highway, you need around 30 homes.
Interesting. All right. Yeah, and that was not my understanding for an example where RDOT was requiring one in the Crabapple Hollyberry area years ago before I was on council, but nonetheless not relevant for here. And Ms. Dybel, I really appreciate you fully answering both my questions.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So about the retaining wall, what I would like to focus on what you see from Marietta Highway and what is facing the neighbors to the west. What is internal, so it's a matter of the developer and whoever buy this site. So I really, what my focus and concern is what is facing Marietta Highway and the neighbor to the west. Can you let us know about the height of the retaining wall for these two locations?
I will let the applicant address that when they come on to talk about their project.
Okay. Thank you.
Additional questions for staff? We would like to hear from the applicant.
All right, thank you. My name is Danny Mitchell, 85A Mill Street, Roswell, Georgia, with Paulson Mitchell. And I want to thank you for the overview of the site. And our condition was to come back with a site plan that met RS 12 zoning, and that's what we provided here. I understand most of the concerns are with the retaining wall. And I will, if I could share my screen, I can maybe walk through this a little bit with you. So can you all see this plan, the grading plan?
No.
Okay. All right, so let's do this. hit share, wouldn't it? There you go. So can everyone see this now?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So actually the road out here is like a 1,000, and as you ride by, this wall is at grade. So looking from 120, you just look up a bank and this wall is about 6 inches higher than the grade. And then where the height of the wall comes in is there's an area right through here where the top of the wall is 1003 and you see our grades at 1002. So you don't really see the wall in this face or along this face. What's causing the wall to be so high is the adjacent property is up around a 1022. So we're sloping down from their property line down, and then the wall drops down to the bottom of the pond. So this is high and this is low. So from his property, he won't see a wall. He'll just see over into the space, and we'll have a 4 foot high wall, I should say fence, a 4 foot high fence around the top of the wall, which will provide some screening. And then we've also looked at providing some landscape screening additional along here, because the wall you will see will be as you riding down 120, there'll be a gap right through here that you'll be able to see this wall, which will look high from the backside. And I've got a view of that here. So at 120, this is the 120 curb line right here. This is the natural slope with grade going up. The top of the wall is a small dashed line that you see like just 6 inches above the grade right here. And then this dashed line here is the top of a proposed fence that we've had on top of the wall for safety. Obviously the retaining wall and the fence on top of the wall will have to go through the DRB approval at the LDP stage. We would screen this with some low bushes and some some evergreen type trees along here. But again, what you see is just the kind of what would have been slope coming down from this property down onto our site. We're just cutting that back. So it's more of a cut slope than it is a fill wall. So it's not like you ride down the road and you see this massive wall off the road that's in a fill section. We're actually coming in, dropping down into the pond, and this top of wall is just to meet grade at the top of the slope. I'm not sure that's real clear, or that helps you understand it any better. But this exposed part here is probably roughly like 9 feet. But again, this section was taken. This section was taken kind of, if you were looking from way back here all the way through here, and really the landscaping would block a lot of this. There's going to be a pretty small window in here that you would catch a glimpse of this back side of the wall right here as you rode by 120.
Would you make an additional presentation, or would you just like to entertain questions from council?
No, I think just entertain questions from council, which I think we met the RS20, RS12 site plan requirements, which is what our condition to the zoning was. So I think the only question that's come up is just what this wall looks like and the appearance from the road.
Does council have additional questions from the applicant? Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So, okay, great. It was a very clear, the slide you showed in there. And what would be, do you think, the perspective? Because, there was a little person walking there, and then was the wall. So what would be, how many feet away would be this wall? Because on this, it's not very close, but I'm sure it's far away from the road, the wall that the only portion of the wall you can see, right?
Right. So the face of the wall is probably about, oh, sorry, hold on a second, I had the wrong scale there. It's probably about 25 feet from the travel lane of the road. Again, this is another kind of perspective. If you looked across the 2 lanes of 120, the natural slope of the grade goes up, would have a fence on top of that, and then the wall is actually dropping down, and the other adjacent property owner's property is up at this elevation. So if his building's sitting here, he doesn't really see the wall, he's looking over it. Most of this is blocked by the trees. What you would see is if you hit a certain gap in the trees, you know, you would see like the difference between the top of the fence and the top of the wall. So you might see a little exposed wall in this area, but this area would be behind the sight lines because 120 is below our site where the wall is.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Additional questions of the applicant? Okay, I'll open, yes, Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So I guess, yeah, can you still help? Can you just explain a little more? And I apologize, certainly landscaping for, to screen is definitely not my expertise. Can you just help me understand a little more on why why there has to be that gap there, either on the street side as well as, I don't even know if it's possible to have any screening type landscaping within that detention pond on that far high side. I'm just not fully understanding that. If you can walk me through that.
Okay. We're required, let me go back to the grading plan. We're required by code to have this access down into the pond. So there's a small area here that will be gated off, but we can't plan in front of it because if we had to get access down to the pond to maintain it, they would have to come down this access point right here to get into the pond. So that's why there's that small gap, but at the speed you're going back through there, let's see, is the screen still being shared? I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, okay, I guess let me reshare that.
I have it in front of me on my other screen anyways, so I was following it.
Let me, I apologize for that. So what I was pointing out is that there's a gap right here which is required for maintenance down into the pond, and that's the gap I was talking about where we would have trees between the sidewalk and the face of the wall along this area and along this area. We couldn't actually plant that gap right there because you'd have to have the potential to get down into the pond for maintenance. But honestly, a car going by 45, 50 miles an hour to turn their head and look in that little gap and really get an appreciable view of it. It's there, but I don't think it's going to be standing out.
Additional questions from council? Well, we've got three, and I will come back to the applicant after we hear from the audience, and we've got three folks that would like to comment on this item. The first one is Rebecca Miller.
Hello, this is Rebecca Miller.
We can hear you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm 121 Spring Drive. And to be honest with you, I have a long history of looking at this development on this corner and some pretty contentious meetings with the developer for the property. Matter of fact, the whole community has. It does feel like this is better than we have seen in the past. And it may be that my questions are more to do with how this process goes from this point forward, because this is a conceptual plan. So I assume you either, if you approve it with conditions tonight, or are the steps and the guidelines for the development, did they go through the planning sessions that happen, or how that works? So that's kind of a question. A couple of the concerns in particular that I had is what you're talking about right now, which is the retaining wall. And I'll just point out that when you're coming up that hill, that's basically your gateway into Roswell. You really don't want to have an eyesore down there at that road. It's also directly across from Bullock Hall, which is higher than the road. So they're going to see across to this. So this retention pond or detention pond really does need to be screened very well with evergreen trees or whatever you need to do in that buffer, and it looks to me like it's only about 10 feet. So you're going to be a little challenged of how to do that, but that really needs to be screened. The high point of this wall that he's talking about is 13 feet above your curb line. So it's a pretty good sized section that is visible. And of course the cars are lower, so with screening you should be able to do it. But is that something that needs to be discussed tonight? Also the finishes on that wall, because you're probably going to see it through those trees for a while, and you may see it from Bullock Hall. Or is that something that comes from the planning review? And I guess somebody else can answer that after I get through. I see that he has extended in the plan that he is showing, that he just popped on the screen, takes the sidewalk up to the property line, whereas the drawing that was included with the agenda does not. So I would say that what is approved tonight needs to be the revised plan that he just showed on the screen. The reason I say that is because if you look at the high point of this retaining wall that is near the road, that's quite a bit higher than the road, and they're going to have to do some grading and some work there. And the plan that's in your agenda doesn't show them having to do that, and doesn't show bringing that sidewalk all the way up to the property line. So any approval you make tonight should be contingent upon taking that sidewalk up to the property line. Another question I have is lots 7 and 8. I don't know if this would be addressed at this point, but I'd like to know how the houses would be turned on those lots and how they would be accessed. In particular, lot 8, because you're not showing another curb cut there, and that lot doesn't have any access without a curb cut onto Spring Drive. And I was under the impression that everything would be coming in and out of this one entrance. So I think you have some modification there, or it needs to be clarified that there's only one curb cut here. You also have a retaining wall there. There are 2 retaining walls in this design. This one up here is about 7 feet high, right next to lot 8. I don't think that one's going to be an issue. That's not going to be seen from the road. The other concern would be all the trees on this property. There's a ton of trees in there, and I'm sure there's probably specimen trees, which has not been recognized. I don't know what kind of compensation there is or how that's handled, but the trees should be considered on this lot. And with what he needs to do, he's not going to be able to save the trees. You can't grade this and save the trees, and that's understood, and he should be able to develop the property. He owns it. But there should be some you should recognize the trees, and there should be compensation. There should be whatever the word is to replace the trees. I question what is going to be happening at the corner, and would like input on that, for the community to have input on that. When I say the corner where you enter onto Spring Drive, and that is so visible as you're coming up that hill, it appears that we have a state buffer, and I think that may be for the spring. So I don't know if the intention is to keep that as the existing.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. I apologize for the abrupt ending. The Zoom meeting will cut you off at 5 minutes, and once again, I apologize. We'll hear from the 2 other folks in the audience that would like to speak, and then I will ask the applicant to respond to the questions along with staff. So next in line, we've got Andy Scrobco. I hope I didn't do too much harm with your name.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, Andy Scrobco, 139 Spring Drive. Can I give my 5 minutes back to her?
Hello?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Can I give my 5 minutes back to her so she can finish?
No, sir.
Oh, well, I agree with everything she said, and I think that the area that this development is in would benefit from something being done to it, but she obviously knows more than I do about the details because I've only lived here about 5 years. But anyway, I'm on board, but I support what she was saying. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. And the last person we've got in the queue to speak is Kristen Walker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, thank you. Kristen Walker, 113 Spring Drive. My question is, well, a couple questions. One, I know that they own the lot at the corner of Spring and King, and I was wondering what the plans were for that lot. And also, the neighborhood that this development sits in, the density keeps on increasing either with subdividing lots or, building newer, bigger houses. And what we're seeing is that with that development, there's random sidewalks getting put in. I believe with this development, there's planned sidewalks for it. So my question was more to the council if there's any plans because of this to do an overall improvement to the neighborhood as a result of the increase of the density.
Thank you. Did you have additional questions or comments?
No, those were the only two questions. And sorry, one more. Also, what the wall would look like from Bullock Hall. Because I know that the development isn't in a historic area, but it's going to be viewed from historic buildings of Roswell.
Thank you. So I'll bring this back to staff and the applicant. Can you address the questions that were raised by the folks in the audience?
I'll address the process. I believe I stated this earlier, but this is not a rezoning. So once council decides on this item tonight, if it's approved, the next step in the process would be for a preliminary plat approval, which would then go to planning commission. So a preliminary plat will be a more in-depth site plan, layout, design, grading and drainage, utilities, and tree plans. So that will all have to go to the planning commission for their recommendation. Once the planning commission has approved that, it will then be submitted for the land disturbance plans, and then they'll work through that portion, and that might take a while. So I don't even know how long that timeline is going to go. But their next step is the preliminary plat. Related to the other comments, the site plan that is on the table for tonight does have a sidewalk going all the way to the property line. I think there was an older site plan that was also included in Minute Track that did not, but the revised site plan that's dated that was submitted to the city on October 27th has a sidewalk on Marietta Highway going all the way to the property line. So I did want to address that item as well. And there is only the one retaining wall, which is around the detention pond. And I'll let the applicant address anything else.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Daggle.
Thank you for that clarification. We did have a more current site plan where we went back and forth with the city on their concerns and comments and extended the sidewalk, and we were able to grade out the retaining wall between Lot 8 and the existing house on Spring Drive. I think we've addressed the retaining wall and the fact that it's going to have to go before design review board and go through the land disturbance process as far as finishes and that sort of thing. And if you have further questions on appearance, I can try to help you understand that some more possibly. The driveway on Lot 8 would be a standard residential driveway. The house would face Spring Drive, just like the other houses up and down Spring Drive face Spring Drive. The existing house at 108 Spring Drive would be left as an existing house and sold off as an individual house. It's not currently part of the proposed subdivision, even though it was part of the original rezoning. And then I think that addresses the concerns that were brought up by the residents. Again, I think to staff's point, we went through the rezoning process previously, and this is just supposed to, well, let me take it back. This was a condition of that rezoning was to bring a site plan back that met the RS-12 zoning requirements, and that's what this site plan does. And I've got Den Webb, who represented us with our original rezoning request, is on the line if there's some further questions about that. So.
And I'll clarify one other item. I'm not sure if the Bullock Hall question was answered. We just took a look at the aerial. Bullock Hall itself is about 500 feet away from this property, and from the edge of the road. And it is heavily wooded on that side of the street as well, between Bullock and Marietta Highway. And then you have Marietta Highway and then this property. Thank you.
Ms. Stabile, I've got a question for you, please. I really realize this is single family. However, DRB will be looking at the retention wall. Is that correct?
That is correct, since retaining walls are required to go to the design review board. So they'll take a look at the wall, and we can also have them look at the screening around the wall at that time.
That was going to be my question. Do they have the latitude to look at landscaping as well around it?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. I have two questions, and one of them you actually just asked. Ms. Dybel, I thought we normally add that as a condition, though. So I know the DRB definitely does that, but I remember a number that we've added as a condition. Is there a reason why?
Well, they're required to look at retaining walls, so we don't really need a condition. It's in Article 10.5 of the code.
For the screening, for the landscape screening of the wall from the street.
It's also in 10.5. Sometimes we do add it as a condition, but it is included in the code, so it is required to be done.
So my second question is, knowing that this neighborhood is going to be responsible for the upkeep and safety, et cetera, of the retaining wall, I want to say, I think I remember in the past, there'd been some where just really requiring that all the houses being part of the site plan be a part of that HOA or be responsible for the upkeep, et cetera. So I guess kind of my question is, knowing that the applicant stated that one house would not be part of the subdivision, does it make sense, or is there benefit to just have it be required to be a part of that neighborhood from an upkeep standpoint, just to really spread potential any costs and things like that? Just what are your thoughts there?
So you're indicating that 108, which is the one on the corner, currently, since that is sitting by itself and it wasn't part of this approval, then no, it would not be included within their HOA.
Okay, because it's not a part of this approval request.
Correct.
Additional questions from council? Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to do a quick follow-up on the comment of Ms. Miller. Yes, I would like to, add as a condition the evergreen planting. There also was mentioned about the sidewalk up to the property line. I don't know if we can expand a little bit about that. And the specimen trees compensation. What are we contemplating in terms of the specimen trees compensation? So I don't know, I guess it's more for staff, this question.
So the sidewalk that's shown on the plan that you have in front of you that was received on October 27th does go all the way to the property line. So, and that is the one that should be in your packets. It shows all the way to the property line and everything. And related to the tree compensation, I think Ms. Lenore is going to answer that.
During site development, or actually as a part of the next phase of the project with DRB and then go into land disturbance permit, they are required to do a tree survey. And at that time, that's when the city arborist would take a look at that and determine as a part of their land disturbance and grading plan, what specimen trees are being impacted. They do have to follow the tree protection ordinance, which does include justification for removal of specimen trees. And then they would, if they have to remove these specimen trees, have to go through the normal tree protection ordinance recompense procedure, as well as I mentioned earlier, meeting the minimum tree density requirements based on the zoning for the area.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is a question for staff. As I see the sidewalk that is further up the street is brick. Would the brick be continued this far? And is the edge of the historic district at the edge of this property, or is any of it in the historic district?
No, it is not in the historic district, and the two properties to the right of it, or in the east, that are the office properties are outside the historic district. So it is two properties down from where the historic district ends. So there are two office zone properties between this property and the historic district.
And what type of sidewalk is required in this area?
Concrete.
And the width?
Let Rob answer that. So it should be 5 feet, but I'm not sure exactly. I'll have Mr. Del Ross answer that question.
So Jackie, and I'd actually like if Danny could chime in and tell us what he has currently on his plan. I was just checking this. This section of 120 is not on the hub and spoke map. So the hub and spoke map is on the other side of 120 where our trail is. And this road is also not on the list in the UDC of the 3 commercial corridors, State Highway 9, Crossville Road, and Holcomb Bridge Road. Therefore, we default to the UDC streets. I'm pretty sure it is 6 feet, but I would need Danny to double check me on what his site plan is showing.
So our site plan is showing an 8-foot wide path along Marietta Highway, because I think that's what was required by the street use. And then, excuse me, I believe a 5-foot sidewalk along Spring Drive, which was also required based on the street use.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. I just remember one more thing from Ms. Miller when she got cut off the communication. I guess she started talking about the state offer on the corner, but then couldn't finish the thought. I don't know what was she trying to say or refer to. I don't know if staff or the applicant can clarify what was the issue there.
Our intent is to, I'm sorry, were you going to say something, Jackie?
Go ahead, you're good.
Okay, our intent is to leave the existing area there in its natural state and stay out of that 25-foot state buffer and just leave the area vegetated in that corner.
Additional comments, questions from council? Do we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor. Motion to approve with the following conditions. Site plan with the latest version of October 27, 2020. Evergreen planting screen around the retaining wall. And then about the specimen trees compensation, we need to take in consideration this, and hopefully it doesn't go through the crack, and take care of that.
Councilmember Zapata, did you want to mention anything about Design Review Board to just reiterate their purview on the landscaping as well as the retaining wall, that we would like them to look at that?
Yes, please.
And buffer it as much as possible?
Yes, we can add this to the motion. Thank you. Yes.
We've got a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zapata.
Okay, item number 5, PU 20204144, 37 Magnolia Street, request change to previously approved site plan.
Okay, so hold on a second. Let me share the screen and move on to the next item here. Okay, so 37 Magnolia, changes to the previously approved site plan. So here's the aerial where the Wells Fargo, which is 37 Magnolia Street, is located. This is the proposed plan that staff received. The main changes that you have here are that the access points, the original access point, there was none on Magnolia. There was one on Mimosa here. So the access points have changed. So you do, but these are existing. This one is not proposed. They are using the existing access points for both Mimosa and Magnolia. The square footage of the building and everything has basically remained the same. The lawn area is new. What you had before was a larger lawn area back here with underground detention and everything. And this, as you know, was part of the hotel piece, which if the hotel should come through in the future, it can still be a part. But at this point in time, it is just a mixed-use building that has a lawn area, landscaping islands, and they meet all the parking requirements. Here is a little bit closer in view so that you can see they have 17 feet sidewalk here. They have 8 feet here, and it goes all the way down to their property line. And then, of course, they have 14 feet here right in front, but then it comes down here and it's 8 feet there, and as it goes to the property, goes to the edge there. Let me go back one just so you can see where it ends. So it looks like their sidewalk here goes to about this area here at the edge of their line, and then the sidewalk here goes to their property line here with Gate City. And that's an 8 foot, once it passes the building here, this is 8 feet here, and this is 8 feet down here, 14 feet in the front along the parallel parking spaces here, and 17 feet here along Magnolia right by the building. They're requesting a change to the site plan that was approved in 2018. Revised plan, as I stated, has access off of Magnolia, which is existing, and parking in the rear. They do have open space and lawn area and landscape islands on the site. Staff recommends approval. A lot of our conditions are very similar to what was approved in 2018, so that the item and all lighting meets the Historic District Design Guidelines and to be approved by the HPC. To donate the right-of-way or permanent easement related to the 1 foot behind sidewalk constructed on private property. The parking spaces located on the public right-of-way must be accessible to the public and not limited to a single tenant or use of the development. The owner developer shall provide a minimum of 6 or 8 foot sidewalk along Mimosa and a minimum of 8 sidewalk along Magnolia, which is the condition from 2018, but since they are showing 8 feet on both streets, we'll go with that. And to the site plan that was received on October 27th, which does show those sidewalk conditions. Do you have any questions for staff?
Council, have any questions for staff? Seeing no hands up, I'd like to hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Ms. Mayor. This is Steve Rowe with AEC, 50 Warm Spring Circle, Roswell, Georgia. And this site plan I'm about to share is the latest site plan with a little bit more detail on the footprint of the building. I do want to point out it's not an exact match to what was approved, but a very similar footprint with a little bit different in some of the ins and outs, like the staircase here. The porch is in a similar location, but not exact, and some of the doorways have slid around just slightly. The stormwater will still be handled underground in this lawn area. And we will be, like she said, using the existing parking lot, but we will be relocating the dumpsters that are just now laying out in the parking lot to an actual dumpster enclosure in this section of the lot, which will be a drastic improvement to what's there today. The idea is to leave the existing Wells Fargo building intact until we actually get this building finished, and then we will move wells into this portion of the building and then take down the Wells Fargo building that's currently there and then finish the rest of the site out. I've got the owner online with me as well as the architect if you've got any questions, but I can answer any questions you may have.
Council, have any questions? Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I had to find the mouse. I have a question. This is the other historic, it's a gateway into Roswell, as historic gateway. And we've seen some of the beautiful buildings in neighbor city, Roswell, and their downtown area. And perhaps this is not our purview, but I would just like to comment on the desire to have some kind of a feature or something on that corner, a water fountain that people could gather around or something, or if it would be possible to do something like that as an entrance into really the historic area of downtown. I just wanted to add that.
I think the city green, or the green that's going to be a centerpiece to this, to the back of the building, could be that feature you're looking for. It'd be a nice green space. It could have some other elements, some seating spaces. It would actually be a nice, bookended courtyard once the hotel structure does go in place. So I think we're accomplishing that with the hardscape and landscape that's going to be in that courtyard and lawn area feature where Well sits today.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So, Mr. Rowe, appreciate the presentation. Couple questions/comments. So, first of all, seeing that condition that we originally had, that number 4, which said minimum 8 on one street, minimum 6 on the other, I certainly want to see that be updated to match your site plan, which is 8 the whole way through, which I appreciate you doing that, just to kind of make sure there's safe walking area and walkability, etc. Another condition that was on the original one dealt with pedestrian connectivity to just an adjoining lot. And so, originally what was planned when it was going to be the hotel is it was going to have multiple. It was going to have connecting to the middle, which is this currently city-owned parking lot, as well as there was going to be connection to the Gate City area when it was a bigger property. And just what I'm wondering and like to hear from the applicant is if you'd have concern with having a condition regarding just an additional spot, just to really encourage that walkability. We've got parking in your property, we've got parking next door, and just the opportunity to ensure there's some type of pedestrian connectivity.
I think in the end result, when the whole corner is developed, we will have that connectivity you're looking for. I don't know that I have a problem with it, because we do have pretty good connectivity through the site plan as designed. It's hard to read into the future on what the hotel building is going to look like, but I know that we would have to adhere to that condition because it's still part of the overall master plan.
And exactly, so I appreciate hearing your openness to it. And so I know you can't control what's going to be developed over there, but I guess I'm just more focused on within your power, so that you're not gonna stop, the potential for pedestrian connectivity locations.
No, I think it helps everybody if we keep that.
Okay, so to be clear, you're okay with just taking that exact condition we had before, which never got specific. It just said. Right. That I forget the exact wording, but Ms. Dial can pull it up.
Correct.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to reinforce the point of Councilmember Hall. You are in a very unique location. It is one of the main entrances to our historic district. So in fact, there's a sign there today reading the castle circa 1839 from the Roswell Historic Society is there right now today, along of nice trees on Magnolia Road. So it is one of the main entrances to the historic district, and we want to honor this as much as possible. And I want to pass this to you and to take seriously the uniqueness of this corner, hopefully with a unique focal point on the corner to make it, because on the back of the building, really nobody who drive into Roswell see the back of the building. I understand and I appreciate the green space on the back of the building, but the front of the building is what make it unique. especially the corner of this, property. So I hope that, you take into consideration the recommendation also from Councilmember Hall and myself about the uniqueness of this property. You're so lucky to have this corner. Is, like I say, it's the entrance. And when you have an entrance to the house, you want to make it beautiful. So I hope that you do take in consideration this and work in unique focal point and the architecture of the building, especially in the corner, to make it something unique in there. So that is what we'd like to, pass to you and support Councilmember Hall on her point of the corner. Thank you.
Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Henry, and thank you, Steve, for the presentation. Just a question about process and the review that this has been through. I know that this project has been before the Historic Preservation Commission, and some building design and appearance has been through that process. So I assume these buildings will they be built according to what was approved by HPC, or do they still have to go through a process?
Because the building changed slightly, we are going back through the process. We've had several workshops with the HPC and actually have a submittal into them officially now to go through the formal process. So we are going through that again.
Okay. So they will definitely be looking after the architectural details and the character to make sure that it conforms to the historic district. So great.
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess my other question is, do you have a time frame? And this is, more point of information for the construction and the demolition of the existing building at this point.
I know, and maybe the owner can speak to this, but I know he's moved us on a path to get this done as quick as we can to get started. I know Wells Fargo is antsy to get out of that building and into their new space, so I think that's really what's pushing this along at this point.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Additional comments, questions from council? Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I have a question, I guess, for Councilmember Palermo. He was mentioning about a condition. Is your condition included into the 5 conditions that staff have today, or is we have to add a 6th as another condition to contemplate your point?
Councilmember Palermo.
So appreciate it, Councilman Zapata. It is not included in them. I'd actually, I'd like to hear from Ms. Dybel if she could pull up just the exact sentence that was used last time. So that's one thing. My other request, Councilman Zapata, for conditions is updating one of the written ones says 6 or 8 feet, and given the site plan, if that could be updated to just 8 feet for both streets. But with that, I'd love to hear from Ms. Dybel on what the exact sentence was that we used last site plan.
Yes, I'm going to pull that up in just a second. The condition in 2018 read that the owner developer shall provide pedestrian connectivity to the adjacent parcel, provided the adjacent property owner supports the connection. That's how it was read and approved in the 2018 approval.
Additional comments, questions from council? Are you ready with the motion, Councilmember Zapata?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. So in addition to the 5 conditions from staff, I would like to add condition number 6, exactly the same paragraph I was just read regarding pedestrian connectivity, and the 8 feet sidewalk on Magnolia and Mimosa.
We've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Tizer. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 6, approval of a sidewalk cafe license on 14 Elizabeth Way, Canton Street, Social.
Ms. Dabble.
Yes, let me get back to the screen here so you can see what we're looking at. Okay, so this is a sidewalk cafe license for 14 Elizabeth Way. Front and rear license. I think I have the wrong name on there. So it's a front. They have 2 requests, a front and a rear. So they have 2 sidewalk cafe licenses. Both of these were originally approved for Fixed Pizzeria in 2014 for the front and in 2017 for the rear prior to this request. The front request is for 4 tables with 8 chairs. And I do have some photos, so once I go through the plans, I'll show you the photos that we have. And the rear request has the tables and chairs shown here as Exhibit B, which I had them in there. Hold on a second and let me look at the staff report real fast for the number of tables and chairs related to the back. Had them on the plan originally, and we redrew the plan. So, let me see here. Where is Sidewalk Cafe? This item. Let me see. Give me a second. Here we go. All right, so 14 Elizabeth. Okay. So the rear has a total of 9 tables, 2 benches, 15 chairs, for a total of 22 seats in the public area in Exhibit B. And Exhibit B is the blue that you see on the screen here. So here's some photos to show you. This is the front of Canton Street Social. As you can see, the tables and chairs with the chain, and that's how it would be used, and that's how it was approved originally for Fixed when it went through. That's the front. This is the rear. This is showing you the measurement, but we do have some updated ones since then. Staff went out, took photos on Wednesday of last week. This applicant came in and has moved everything so that they make sure they meet all the requirements. So you can see here, it's a little bit hard to tell because the sun was out. They've moved the heat lamps in. They are inside all of the chains. Here's a better one. I think I had a closer up one here to show you. Yes, here you go. As you can see, they put a marker here. They've moved the poles and the chains. Everything is within the requirements here so that they have the ADA 5-foot width that's needed back there along in the east alley. So this is in the rear, is in the east alley area. The front is along Elizabeth Way. So once again, here's a nice view to show you. This is their seating area in the rear. This is East Alley right here. And as you can see, they do have the area here for the walk for people for access. And staff does recommend approval of the front and rear license with the following conditions. In accordance with the Exhibit A and B, that the two westernmost awning poles to be moved in accordance with existing B for the rear sidewalk area. They require the double change as added to the rear sidewalk cafe, and that the 5-foot clearance required for ADA must be maintained at all times. Do you have any questions for staff?
Yes, Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you. So, first I would like to remind that the use of public right-of-way is a privilege, not a right. The use of sidewalk cafes is a privilege, not a right. So I want to make clear for everybody to understand this. Is my first point. Second, regarding the back portion of the sidewalk cafe, So, the city make a big investment on the alley for people enjoyment and walk around and walkability. So, for what I see here, there's already a roof or infrastructure on the rear. So, regarding this slide, I don't know where's the number of the slide, but I see it's a roof. There's 1, 2, 3, like 4 columns, and all the tables under the roof. So, so I would like to see as much space as possible to people to gather together, to meet people there, to walk around, and at the same time, the sidewalk cafe could be covered by a roof in there already existing. So, and living on the corner there, the 5 feet minimum required, which I think is right for what I saw on the tape measurement there, is exactly what it is. So, I don't know what, this council, the mayor and council thoughts are, but my take is like, everything under the roof makes sense, taking more of the right of way and public sidewalk, I don't think is necessary.
Additional comments, questions from council? Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members of PATA, I would like to, and I spoke with Mr. Halsey on this last week. I would like to add condition number 5, which would say no amplified music to be allowed on the rear sidewalk cafe.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a clarification for Councilman Tizer. Only on the rear part or the front too, no amplifying sound on both sides or just on the rear?
I'm most concerned about the rear, but I will entertain and agree to whichever.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. Also, I don't know if we need to condition this, but to prohibit neon flashing signs that perhaps have been utilized in that area.
Neon flashing signs are not allowed in historic districts, so there are a few neon signs that were grandfathered in years ago, but this is a new business, so they're not allowed to have any neon.
Thank you.
Additional comments, questions from council? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So a lot of good points being made, and I guess a question I have for staff is to Councilman Zapata's point, the fact that it is not a right or anything guaranteed to be able to use the public right of way. So as I think about that 5 foot, and 5 feet is truly the bare minimum, and I always want to look for really, it should be more. But if I'm remembering the pictures correctly, basically about 5 feet is where they already have a pole in existence for the awning. Is that right, or is that further than 5 feet? Because I guess the reason I'm asking, if that ends up being 5.5 feet or 6 feet, I'm just wondering if that should be where the end is. Because based on the picture, it didn't look like that would take away any seating or cause any issues. But I'll just raise it as a question because I don't remember the picture exactly.
Sorry, I was muted. Let me go back to the photos. We can see this. Okay, so here's the photo from the here. Believe the X here is your 5 feet because they when staff went out there, they did move some items back. So this belief is the showing where the 5 feet is. So here's the pole inside the chain. So it's probably right at the 5 feet mark. If you look at the one that staff did, as you can see, this was really the 5 feet, but after staff was out there, they moved some things, so they're probably right at 5 feet.
Okay, so you're saying basically that pole for the awning is basically at 5 feet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Additional questions? Yes, Councilmember Judy.
So, I believe we should pass this evening. In the age of COVID and other, which is probably going to last for a while, and people's habits into the future, helping out restaurants, especially in downtown Roswell, allowing the 5 feet ADA, and allowing folks to sit outside and eat dinner is very important to the businesses down there. I believe it also helps the ambiance of downtown Roswell. So passing this tonight is very important, not only for now, but for the future, because I believe, well, I hope, but I believe this isn't going away, and habits that are formed now will continue into the near future, and helping these businesses out any way we can is necessary this evening.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So I will be supporting this one tonight. I agree with a lot of Councilman Judy's sentiment. That being said, I think just as given the COVID era, we definitely want to be very conscious of and supportive of our restaurants and the opportunity to eat outside. At the same time, we also need to be really conscious of those that choose and want to walk in our downtown. And frankly, with COVID and everything else, I'd argue a lot of these, a busy downtown, 5 feet is not necessarily the safest option. But for this one right here, it is the alley. There is really pretty safe areas outside that 5 feet as well. It's not the ongoing traffic they have on Cannon Street and elsewhere. So I certainly will be supporting this one, but want to make sure we're thinking about both the restaurants as well as the residents and the opportunity to walk on the sidewalks.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't know if it's clear on what I'm planning to do on my motion on the rear part, on the alley part, to have it up to the existing metal columns that we have there today installed already, so the chain go along the metal structure that is currently there, and leave the 5 feet and then everything else also for walkability and people enjoyment. So I don't know if, because I see that staff is recommending a certain, I don't know if if it's clear, the change that I'm proposing here, I guess what was staff exhibit A, but I just want to make clear that everybody understand what I'm proposing on the rear part of the building.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from the applicant now. Is there anything you'd like to add to the conversation?
You're on mute. You need to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me now? Okay, first of all, good evening. Thank you so much for taking the time and consideration of my application for my sidewalk cafe. I truly appreciate it. I wanted to be 100% clear because in the past I was unclear on some of the regulations or the space and area, but I wanted to be crystal clear on what the regulations are so that I can make sure I stay within those guidelines. I was kind of had some misled from the previous owner, so was unsure about the music. Right now they had bands in the past which they had booked through October, and so those bands were out there. Now I understand they can't be there, but we still have like a jazz singer, a keyboard. I couldn't quite hear you. Was it any amplified music? We can't have speakers out there on the patio and music at all, or was it just a band or a certain sound decibel with speakers? I just wanted to make sure I was crystal clear on that.
And I'm not sure what the motion will be, and what Councilmember Zapata will entertain on that. Do you have any additional comments, questions?
Yeah, I couldn't hear what he was saying. I thought he said no amplified music, and I just wanted to be some clarification on what he meant by that.
Thank you. Councilmember Zapata or Councilmember Tyser?
Yeah, we'd like to refer to Councilmember Tyser.
Councilmember Tyser.
Thank you. Thank you. This most specifically relates to bands. If it was acoustical, etc., I think it would be fine, but it's the amplified music down that alley that is the issue. And so I hope that clears it up.
Councilmember Palermo.
So I guess so I can be clear, is the suggestion amplified live music, or are you saying that there couldn't even be, just a speaker of a stereo playing music that fit with the right decibel?
I think if it's normal dinner music underneath the awning, I don't have any issue with that. It's amplified, amplified live music, whatever that phrase makes more sense, I'm fine.
Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Matt and Marcella, for the discussion. If I could be, I think some of the concern was just the direction of the speakers and the decibel levels. I think, for a musician to have amplification at some level is not an unusual thing and probably necessary, as part of the work that they do. So I don't know if we can look at the direction of the speakers, or they can't be over a certain decibel level. Maybe we'd look to ComDev staff for some recommendations on how to handle, the concern about the music blasting out into the street and being a nuisance to those who weren't there specifically to hear it.
Well, and let me just add something. One is with our noise ordinance, decibels are very difficult to enforce. And I don't want to speak for Councilmember Tyser, but I'll defer to him in a minute. But the bottom line is if I am there eating, I would enjoy the music. But if I'm not eating there and I'm eating at another restaurant, so now I've got two competing musics going on, and aiming speakers, it's just almost impossible. Well, you can aim them, but that doesn't mean they'll stay aimed in that direction. So I would just suggest that we try to be a little clearer. Councilmember Tyser, did I characterize that correctly?
Thank you, Mayor. It's just a difficult and inappropriate place to have live amplified music at this time.
Thank you. Additional comments from the applicant?
Yeah, we've toned down the music quite a bit because obviously there's not space for a band with loudspeakers and all of that. And now I understand that that's not wanted by City Council. But on Sunday brunch, we have a jazz singer. She plays a keyboard. Her husband's a saxophone player. I think they have a small speaker which can be directed. I guess can I not have that? Just I want to be clear, 100% crystal clear. If it's like a two-person, a lot of the acoustical guitars, they still put it through an amplifier or a small speaker. But we did start directing those speakers so that they're not going out to the street. Though I have had so many patrons that say they love the music, sit at 1920 out front on their porch and enjoy the music that we have playing. But I do, in no way is it my intention to undermine or try to work around whatever it is, the guidelines that you set forth for me. I just want to be clear on what's allowable.
Thank you. Councilmember Tyser?
There's really not any space, if you follow Councilmember Zapata's commentary, for them to put live music outside. And if they wanted to put it on the inside, that's fine. Open the door or whatever. But it's just there's not space for it to pass by, and it's just bad acoustics through there.
Additional comments from council. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for staff. It seems that I've been up and down Canton Street, and there are other street performers with music, playing music. Is that done by permit, and is that regulated? How is that handled in the other various places?
We don't have regulations on music. We don't, yeah, it falls under the noise ordinance in the city code. It's not on the UDC. So we don't have any specifications, and there are no permits that go out for those.
Just a follow-up question on that. So on Walking Taco, just for example, they have on a corner, they have their windows or doors open, and they have a band inside their place. It's not outside, but the music is all outside. How is this different? I just want to understand how is this different, what we're talking about here? Or maybe this is to Councilmember Tizer. I just want to understand.
So I think what Councilmember Tizer is talking about was that they had an outside performer, and they were using amplified music with stereo system or whatever. The Rock and Taco, we'll use them as an example. Their band is inside, or performers inside, and yes, they might have the doors open, but it is all dealt with by the noise ordinance of the city. So if there are complaints that come in, and if it's after hours and weekends, then the police get involved due to the noise ordinance. We do not have permits for those. It is all handled via the city code. It is not within the UDC. Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mayor and Jackie. That explained it well. Councilmember Hall, as Councilmember Zapata very clearly stated, Sidewalk Cafe is a privilege, not a right. That's different than if you have a band inside your building, and I have no objection to that a band inside their building, but this is on a Sidewalk Cafe, and that's the fundamental difference. So just wanted to share that with you.
Councilmember Judy.
I'm having a little bit of a hard time with this. I understand the premise of it. Where I'm struggling is if you put a speaker outside that's playing music late at night, 80s music, and it's loud, that's not a live amplified music. Or, I know a certain other restaurants up and down the street that are doing music on their porches at certain points in times or around the historic district. I just, I understand the acoustics going down the alleyway. I think we need to be very clear on what we're doing here, because I think you're going to see a domino effect from this if we do this without making it clear here. I just don't know. I mean, I support the Sidewalk Cafe 100%. I don't know if I support this as written as far as the amplified music. I just don't think it's clear enough.
Okay.
Councilmember Tizer.
It's amplified live music. There isn't another place up and down the street that would be using the city right away for amplified live music, and that's, I think, pretty clear.
Councilmember Palermo.
I'm wondering, I'm hearing Councilman Tizer's position. I'm certainly hearing Councilman Judy's position as well. I'm wondering if it's a slight compromise to give the exception of, and maybe this is irrelevant for both of you, but to give an exception during when there's a special event downtown. So on a random Thursday night, there cannot be amplified live music. But if it's alive in Roswell, or there's some other special event, if they're allowed to have the live music then.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, we're talking about a lot about this speaker thing. So, I mean, for me, it's clear. If you have it inside the building, you can hear on your patio on the Sidewalk Cafe. But having the speakers in there interfere with any other, I mean, if we start putting speakers the whole entire house, city, then it's going to be a mess. And so I think that having, live music inside the building, good, as long as they respect the decibels accepted by the city. But having speakers out there, and then if it's a special event, just apply for a special license or something. But then you have to enforce this. So I want to make it more simple, the enforcement of this situation. And like the mayor said, that when you talk about decibels, enforcement is very tricky, hard to do it, and I'm trying to avoid potential problems. So having live music inside, fantastic. You can hear from the tables outside, but also you won't have much space to put in there without taking the right of way of the people. So if you want to put tables in there, then you don't have much space for the band. So I think that we are discussing something here that physically is almost impossible if you want to have the table, which I think is the main intent of the sidewalk cafe. It's not a sidewalk concert area. So let's stick to what the meaning is, a sidewalk cafe. And I think that we are talking quite a bit about the speakers here. And so I would like to hear what other council members have to say here.
Councilmember Judy.
How far does the city right away go out? What are we talking about here? If they put a band right up next to the building underneath the tent, which is not in the right of way, is that okay?
It's on Jaya. Yeah.
Excuse me, who's speaking?
Sarah would like to address that question.
Thank you.
So the right of way goes all the way up to the face of the building where the planters were put in by Public Works. That's right of way, and those are right next to the building.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. I have a question for Mr. Davidson. So if tonight there ends up being a motion which includes they may not have live amplified music and it passes, so they get their sidewalk license, they're not allowed to have the live amplified music as a condition of it, would there be the opportunity where perhaps they end up, requesting some variation to that, some compromise, whatever it might be? Would there be the opportunity for the applicant to come back in the future when they say, we understand that condition, we're requesting that XYZ occur? Is that something that's possible? Or if not, is that something that could be added to the motion just to create that? Just looking for a solution tonight, but want to leave options open as well for the future.
They can come back to council whenever they desire.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll hear from the applicant.
Yes, so we did take out a couple tables and we were able to fit the two people within that 15-foot space that we are allowed. We had nice mellow jazz music going, but to be honest, we have tried to do the music inside, but people love to hear and they'll come when they see somebody outside. We try to have the music inside and we have no business. Like literally, if we can't do live music at all, I don't think we could stay in business because it's such a small space. We only have 1,500 square feet, which more than half of it's taken up by the kitchen. So I don't know if you've seen the interiors, a narrow, probably 600 square feet with some small tables. So really that back patio, everyone wants to sit out there. They don't want to sit inside to listen to the music. And that's why they come. They come there because they want to listen to live music specifically.
Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I mean, I sympathize with the business owner, and I have some real concerns with just arbitrarily taking away something that might make it difficult for businesses to stand out and offer unique services. And also, I think it's very enjoyable to some patrons. I think there's got to be a way we can find some compromise. I have a feeling this is not the only venue that would be affected by this if we made this if we set this as a precedent. So I would just urge, council to kind of step back and realize that this is a business differentiator for our restaurants. And I don't think it's something that we should completely eliminate without looking at what our options are.
Councilmember Palermo.
I feel I certainly see both sides of it. I will say, one of the things I heard was a saxophone. And actually, I believe that probably does not need to be amplified, in which case this would not restrict that. But then also, I guess I wonder if when there were complaints, were there multiple speakers or was there a single speaker? Because I'm wondering if that's a possible compromise as well. But just trying to throw it out there for discussion.
Additional comments from council. Councilmember Zapata.
I understand, but if every restaurant in the historic district need to have live music to attract customers, then we have a problem. Think about Canton Street blasting music. Every restaurant, different styles, different musicians, and everything will be crazy. So and having the speaker inside and the musician outside, you want to do like a kind of a show, just to show that someone is singing or playing the guitar or the keyboard or something, then you can always have the speaker with the cable inside and then the musician outside performing the show. So that is a solution. We're not saying that the musician cannot be outside as long as the speaker is inside, which doesn't take much room. And today you have even wireless speakers. I mean, we can get technical into the music production here, but I think that creating a precedent, then everybody can apply for music outside with the speakers blasting up and down the historic district. And I don't think this is what people of Roswell and envision of the historic district and uniqueness of the area. So I think that I will support having the speakers inside and the musician outside performing the show. And that way I would like to support that.
Councilmember Judy.
So not to beat the dead horse, which we've already done here multiple times, but my feeling is that if we're going to do this for this property, that we need to come up with a policy for live music in the right-of-way. To Councilman Zapata's point, instead of conditioning one property, maybe this is something that needs to go to committee and come through a proper process where we then condition live music in the right-of-way or music in the right-of-way, and we get best practices and everything like that, and do that ASAP, put that on the next ComDev committee. But I think doing one property is a tough sell for me at this point. I think that the restaurant owner has understood there's an issue, has started to work to fix that issue, and I think if we look at best practices on this, then maybe we can fix the issue altogether instead of conditioning one property.
Councilmember Tizer.
It's 11:30. We have 6 items left to go. This has become way overcomplicated. This is a unique situation, but with 6 items left to go, and it being 11:30, I surrender. So just either pass it or don't pass it at this point. We've chewed on this one enough.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple of things. Number one, we can approve this with no live amplified music, and we can discuss later a policy to have a special permits. If you want on the right-of-way music everywhere, we can do that. I'll be happy to move forward this initiative to have a policy of live music as a special permit, maybe weekends or any other special event day. But for now, I'm ready to make a motion without with with no amplified live music.
Is that a motion, Councilmember Zapata?
Motion to approve item number 6 with the back of the sidewalk cafe up to the existing column from the building up to the existing columns, metal columns there, and no live amplified music on the front and the back.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Zapata. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Tyser. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it's Tyser, Palermo, Zapata. All those opposed? Hall, Judy, and Wilsey. And I will vote in favor of the motion. So that will carry 4-3.
So
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 7. Approval of a sidewalk cafe license, 928 Canton Street, Rock and Tackle.
Good evening. How's everybody doing
Let
tonight?
me share my screen here for a second, and let me move on with this item here. So just a second here so I can get to this. Let me move on to Rock and Taco. Okay, so this is the Sidewalk Cafe license for 928 Canton Street, the Rock and Taco restaurant. They're proposing to use 540 square feet of the right-of-way for the Sidewalk Cafe. They're looking to have a total of 13 tables with 26 chairs on the site. The proposed request currently meets the 5-foot clear passage for pedestrians. This is the proposed plan that was submitted by the applicant, listed as Exhibit A. These are, the tables are in blue with the chairs in white, as you can see. This is your sidewalk area here. You have your 5 feet clear width. Your door is over here. So these ones right up here are right up against the front of the building, and these are a little further out. But you do have this is showing 5 feet here for your sidewalk for your ADA passage. Staff was asked by council, take a look at removing that front row. And then we looked at that and we drew up this to show that it would be 11 feet to show the ADA plus an additional 6 feet there. I have some photos here. This is showing the 5 feet. If they have all their tables with all the tables that they showed on their exhibit to be approved. This is the 5 feet line here, here, and here. With the exhibit that was requested for staff to draw up, this is the 11 feet line. It kind of goes to right past the planter or the light post planter here. This would only allow this would only allow the restaurant to have the tables right above or right next to the building. These are the proposed tables and lighting that the applicant shows with the chains. Staff is recommending approval of the Sidewalk Cafe license with the exhibit from the applicant and the 5-foot clearance required for the ADA. Do you have any questions for staff?
Council have any questions? Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So the recommendation from staff is with a 11 feet walkable sidewalk.
No, the recommendation from staff is for the applicant's Exhibit A with the 5 feet clear passage, pedestrian.
So the 11 feet will be up to the existing light post?
So staff was asked to look at that as to, show that. So we were just showing that if the extra row of chairs and tables were removed, then what would be the distance for that? So that would be 11 feet. But staff's recommendation is for what was requested by the applicant, which is the total chairs and the 540 total square feet of area that they're looking for with their chairs and tables with 5 feet of pedestrian walkway.
Additional, yes, Councilmember Palermo.
So thank you, Mayor Henry. So Rock and Taco, I think, is a great spot, a beautiful location. There's the ability to open up the garages, the tables, the outdoor lighting on that outdoor deck that they have on the side of the building. I actually probably ate at about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and so definitely a great member of the community. That being said, this is really identical to the Loyal Tavern one. That request came in about 2 years ago. It was either December of 2017 or January of 2018. And they had the same request, which was to go up to the 5 foot mark and only leave 5 feet. And even back then, pre-COVID, that was a real concern because ultimately two grown adults have trouble walking together, with only 5 feet, never mind if there's a couple walking the other direction. And that's why in the areas that are grandfathered in, we do see people needing to walk into Canton Street, which is not safe, not inviting. And that was all pre-COVID, never mind post-COVID. Post-COVID, we want a lot of people coming to our downtown. We want them walking to different restaurants, shops, etc. And by taking up so much of the right-of-way, and creating such narrow walkways, especially at the entrance to Canton Street, I am concerned is a safety concern. So again, I think Rock and Taco is a great location, and I certainly support a sidewalk cafe, but I do support it with a reduced size. I do not support it leaving only 5 feet for residents to be able to walk on in such a popular downtown.
And I will agree with you, Councilmember Palermo. I have been walking lately, trying to get some good exercise. And I will tell you that walking down Canton Street and the sidewalk cafes, they don't leave 5 feet. You actually will have to move sideways to get through. I'm very, very uncomfortable, especially with COVID, because the encroachment on that 5 feet is happening. I get it. You're supposed to leave the 5 feet, and then you've got a server standing there, or you've got a heater that's kind of encroaching in that. So it's very difficult. So I would agree with you, Councilmember Palermo, as far as limiting it, having more than 5 feet. I think it's very much needed. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I concur with you both. I was in that area with the tape measure and just observing the people walking, and it's just, if it's any, you need to have that 11 feet. If it's just up to the poles or up to the way that drawing is, the revised drawing is, I would support that, but we need that extra space. And especially down at that area, that's all the parking is down around there. People are parking at RUMC and walking. It's a very, very pedestrian area, and it's a congested area as far as vehicle traffic. So it's very dangerous with people having to come off onto the curb. So I would support it with that revised drawing.
Additional comments from council before we hear from the applicant? Thank you. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you very much, and sorry to keep you guys so late, and I do appreciate your time. This is the first that I've heard about the 11-foot. So I just saw a quick glance, and I tried to screenshot what the new plan might look like, but we're not asking for a variance of anything that hasn't already been there or hasn't been there in the past, or something different than what city code recommends. We were hoping to get only what you guys have already laid out in the city code, saying, hey, we can go up to this amount. But this was, and unfortunately, we don't have the history that the building does or that any of you do, but from what I understand, the building owner had extended that part of the sidewalk quite a while ago through the previous owner of Pasties for the purpose of having a outdoor patio in that area. And I understand your concern about if you go to that length, if there's waiters on the other side of it, or if there's other impeding but with the entrance, there should never be anyone from inside of our restaurant outside, but putting 4 2-tops up against the wall doesn't really give us that much of a patio out front there, because there isn't, you're limiting to only groups of 2 to come in to sit up against the wall as an outdoor patio. And whether we like this spacing or not like this spacing, at some point it's just not appealing to the guests that come through there. So we're not asking for anything more than what the city says is allowed, and that's what we would hope to get approved. But we do understand your concerns, and they are very valid concerns. So we want to make sure that we'll pay extra special attention to make sure that there isn't anyone blocking. But I just thinking taking more than 200% of what's required is a little bit excessive when we're on the street with everyone else that has a 5-foot, and that's why the area was extended per the building owner's story that he told me. I'm not really sure what the background is for that, but we're hoping to just get what we applied for and what the city says that we're allowed to have if we are granted this. And we understand that, yes, it is a privilege, and there's nothing that says we have to have it. So the fact that you guys are entertaining it, we do appreciate it. And these times do cause for different, and for some reason people don't seem to realize we have a patio on the side of our building. I don't know what, when they look at the front and they see it, it's different, but our goal is just to let people know that we do have outdoor seating, because it doesn't matter how many garage doors opens, we have people sometimes just feel like they want to sit outside, and we just want to give them that option. So I'm hoping that even if it can't be the 5-foot, that it could be a compromise of something where we can get a 4-top in there, just to allow people to sit. So I won't take up too much of your time, but that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Davison, I'd like you to weigh in on this, because Councilmember Zapata alluded to it earlier. This is public right-of-way. This public right-of-way belongs to the city of Roswell. And there is no allowed use of the public right-of-way. It's granted on a case-by-case basis, and it can be quickly taken away on a case-by-case basis. So comparing what you've got to another restaurant, but then also, you've got the advantage. If I look at it, you've got those garage doors. You've got all of the advantages in the world. You've got that nice side patio. And I think you'd have to be blind not to know that you've got that nice side patio. And then you open up the interior of the restaurant. So outside seating is basically inside as well. So please just understand that there's no allowed. We are required by law, ADA compliance, that it must be at least 5 feet. Now, anything above that, we can regulate. So, Councilmember Palermo?
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor Henry, and definitely agree with all your points. So I think I would have came in thinking the same thing. So if I was running Rock and Dive, I would have certainly requested the same thing. I would have thought that. Where I think it is a little misleading is the 5 feet is purely based on ADA law, because it'd be illegal for us to do less than that. But at the same time, on our busier streets, we require a 6-foot minimum sidewalk or an 8 or 10-foot sidewalk for busier streets, because there is benefits to the walkability. There is, especially in the COVID era, the aspect that we don't want people to feel like they can't even walk down our streets. And an example, if you think of, I forget if it's Zest or Ceviche, one of the ones where I'm not even convinced it has even 5 feet. If they're basically grandfathered in. If they were to close down, it was a new owner, they'd come in with a request. I would not support it as narrow as it is, because again, we all do it. We walk over there, and we have to walk in the street when there's another couple walking, and that's the issue that I have with the 5 feet. And again, that's exactly what happened with Loyal Tavern. Loyal Tavern figured 5 feet was the minimum, so that's what they requested, and that was not what we granted because of 2 reasons. One, you have two people walking in the opposite direction, 2 couples walking in the opposite direction. And even just because it's such a great destination, and you all do a great job of it as well, it turns into a destination of people wanting to hang out on the sidewalk, whether they're smoking a cigarette, they're drinking a beer, which is legal. And the fact you have the incredible music with the garage doors that open up, bottom line is you get a lot of crowds drinking a beer, smoking a cigarette out there that are Rock and Taco customers. And that congestion, I feel, just creates a very safe, unenjoyable opportunity for anybody else trying to walk on that sidewalk, whether Rock and Taco current customer or future customer.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. I would like to clarify something, though. That no one is grandfathered in on public right-of-way. So we could revise that whenever we chose to do it, actually. Councilmember Judy.
Yeah, again, I'm going to go back to my previous point on the last thing, and I'm sure I'll have the same point on the next one. You can argue both ways. You know, if people don't eat at the restaurants close, and then there'll be no reason for people to walk downtown. So you can go in a circular motion here when it comes to COVID, comes to sidewalk cafes, come to whatever you want to go here. And I just fundamentally disagree. I think our outdoor seating is something that makes us special. And I think 5 feet in areas when they're crossing, I walked past Pastis many times and never had an issue with 5 foot right away there. Walking past it. So I think that if we take care of our businesses down there, it's very important. Otherwise, we might not have business down there, and then you don't have anybody walking downtown. So I think it's probably just a fundamental disagreement here.
Well, I would like to say that I think that there is compromise that's possible. But for example, if they could, we leave 10 feet open, they could fit 4 tops along the building. So I think there are possibilities. It's just a matter of getting from, 11 feet to 10 feet or 9 feet, and you still have a good bit of area for people to walk, but then you've got the room for the 4 tops outside. So I think that's something that could be considered. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So, well, I agree partially, because if 4 tables on the sidewalk make it break even the business or not, I guess it's bigger. I'm a business owner too, and it's bigger problem. If 4 tables cannot make your business, when you have a space inside, quite big space inside, having not 4 tables outside make it the business go down, then I will tell you, I can 99% assure you, but the problem is bigger for the restaurant operator not having those 4 tables. You may have to start looking on the menu. You may have to look, I don't know, the decoration, the ambience, or whatever. But not having 4 tables outside make your business go down, like maybe Councilmember Judy was insinuated. I don't think it's realistic. I think that if this is the case, the problem is bigger for the restaurant operator than having 4 tables outside.
Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I don't really think it's our job here to be evaluating a business's income stream and making suggestions on how they can make it work. But I do see a lot of cities that are out there granting sidewalk cafes and perhaps temporary license. So that was going to be my suggestion. Would you consider looking at doing a temporary license as is being requested? And if it's something that we want, given the extraordinary circumstances that we're under right now, and then look at it again if just to help during this extraordinary time.
Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mayor. Would it be possible for Jackie to put up the staff recommendation version, and then after that put up the applicant's version, and then I'd like to ask Mr. Brunetti a question.
So the staff recommended approval of the exhibit from the applicant, which was Exhibit A. So let me go back and show you the drawings that were received. So this is the drawing from the applicant that has the tables in blue and then the little chairs around it. So they have all these here. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 tables on the applicant's submittal on Exhibit A. When staff drew this one here, this has 1, 2, 3, 6 tables here on this one that shows the 11 feet. The other one from the applicant has 13 tables with the 5 feet.
Thank you, Jackie. So I think Mayor Henry hit on something that's very interesting and I think works mathematically. And this is the question I have for Mr. Brunetti. I think I saw there were 6 tables in the line there. They're listed 2 tops. There are 12 tables as 2 tops. That would be 24 covers. If there were 6 tables that were 4 tops, you'd have 24 covers. Is that something that's interesting to you, Mr. Brunetti? Because I think if you did that, you'd have significantly more space on the sidewalk. And I think, Ms. Dybel, you can tell me if I'm wrong, isn't that what Pastis had? Didn't they have about 6 4-tops out there?
I believe so. I'm not sure. It's been a while. But they did have 4 tops out there. Not sure if they had exactly 6, but I think if he does do that, he would meet that same that Pastis had.
I'll hear from the applicant now.
Councilmember Tazzer, I appreciate the question. And I didn't realize there was going to be a revision to it, or I would have been more prepared. I don't have a problem. Right now, we had it set up with a 2-top, with a space in the middle with a 2-top. And I know that the sidewalk leading up to it, it says 10 feet. So I would hate to add more to a sidewalk than what was already there. But I wouldn't mind squeezing those 2, if that was your question, and if I misunderstand, you're saying take the 2 tops that were on one side and squeeze them in to make a 4-top to allow more space. Yes, sir. Or yes to the council. And it doesn't, the 5 foot is what I thought. And once I owe you guys an apology because the comment I made earlier was that we're not asking for any more than what the city allows. I don't know this, and I thought I was prepared, but so I didn't realize that it was just the ADA and that it's zeros allowed, and you guys are just being lenient with what you do allow. So I do appreciate that, and I'm sorry for misspeaking earlier when thinking that we could have that because that's what the law approved, but that's clearly not the case, and I'm sorry for misspeaking. But I have no problem, and even if it's 5 foot now and everything 11, if it works and you guys can look at it and split the difference and say, hey, would 8 feet wide enough be enough for people to walk there and back, then that would kind of be a compromise in the middle of, all right, well, 8 feet's wide enough to get. And then at the very, very widest, the sidewalk anywhere I can find is 10 foot. So I would hate to get a patio that is 11 foot from the off the top. So hopefully if there does have to be a compromise and we have to squeeze the tables together, I have no problem with that. If we could try to find something maybe 8 feet off the curb to allow people to move in both directions if the council feels that would be a resolution.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. I'd probably feel more comfortable with 10 feet from the curb, but that being said, as I look at the picture, I'm wondering if with 10 feet from the curb, knowing there'd be the 2, 4, 6 4-tops instead of the the many more 2-tops. It just seems to me like, if anything, as I look at the picture, what's interesting to me, unlike other ones, unlike the Loyal Tavern one that came a few years back, unlike some other ones we've seen, you really didn't really pack them in that much, which is a good thing. It makes it easier, makes a little more flexibility. So I'm wondering if a 10 feet clearance would make it so you'd still have the opportunity to do 4-tops. And then also what I'm wondering is, does about 10 feet get to the very front of the light pole? Because I'm looking at the picture that you submitted, and I realize it's not on the screen. I have 2 screens right here. The picture you submitted shows a 2-top starts right after the light pole. Does this one not have the light pole? I'm on page.
Yes, sir, it does. It's you're talking about the one on the right, the light pole on the right, sir?
Right, the one right by the main entrance. So
yes, sir. It's a blue line over it, but there's a circle.
Okay, so basically I'm wondering if instead of the chain being in the middle of it or being in the part closest to the building, if it was at the very front of that, I'm guessing that's probably approximately 10 feet, and I'm wondering if that fits, the 6 4-tops.
May I answer that?
Sure.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to misspeak. All I care about is, can we get a 4-top in there, and can a waiter move to the 4-top to serve the table? If that's 11 feet, if it's 9 feet, if it's 8 feet, I'm okay with any of it, as long as, is my impression, if we could squeeze the tables together and get a 4-top with a server being able to get around the previous 4-tops to help the last table or to help the first table. I don't care what the number is, and I think anything I ask for more than that would just be greedy, and it's not worth it. Like, if I could get a 4-top there, then I can't say, hey, here's our wonderful patio. You 10 people go enjoy it. But if I could do a 4-top in there and have a server be able to get to it, and I don't care if they have to squeeze by, then I would be more than thankful for that. But I don't know what the number would be, because I didn't know that anything less than 5 was going to be approved. So whatever the number is, I'm okay with it, as long as we can service those customers and make it look like a patio as opposed to a hallway. Please and thank you.
Additional questions, comments from council? I will entertain a motion. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So I heard that there might be support for the 10 feet minimum sidewalk with a 5 feet minimum sidewalk on this little section where the sidewalk curved there. So I would like to make a motion to leave 10 feet for pedestrian and walkability, and people gather together on a 10 feet sidewalk, and 5 feet minimum on the narrow part of the sidewalk cafe.
Councilmember Palermo, do you have a clarifying question?
I do, because actually, so I think that 5 feet is too small on that curving part, and in fact is not necessary for what we're discussing. Because what we're discussing is there'd be 6 4-tops potentially lined up on the building. And the whole reason why there was only 5-foot clearance right there is because that was squeezing another table, another 2-top right there. So I actually believe that clearance should be greater than 5 feet, not just 5 feet, because again, you wouldn't have that table there. It wouldn't be going out the 11 feet or however many it is later on. So it's not as sharp of an angle. So I would prefer if the motion was not mentioning 5-foot clearance and saying definitely above, because that table is removed. If that's clear. And I'm looking right at the picture, so I apologize for everyone that doesn't have the picture right in front of them.
So, okay, Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, let me clarify this. There on this section, a minimum of 5, more is desired. So, and then the rest is 10 feet minimum sidewalk for walkability.
I'm sorry.
And I would like to add one other thing, and I'm sure that everybody understands this, but with the ADA 5 feet, you can't have a light pole right in the middle of that 5 feet. I'm looking at a picture that looks like the light pole is about 2 feet off the curb. So I just want to make sure that we're not going to provide ADA accessibility with a light pole in the middle of it. Councilmember Judy.
Jackie, could you help me here just from a measurement standpoint? I'm really lost with this 5 and 8 and 10. If we have 10 foot from the sidewalk, how much does that leave them from the building to that 10-foot mark? That's what we really need to know. 6 feet?
Okay, so this, that's probably about right, because this mark right here was the 5-foot mark. So let me go to the picture that showed the 11. So if you're looking at this is 11 feet from the curb. You've got maybe about 4 to 5, about 5 feet there. So if you're making the mark about 10 feet, I'm gonna say 10 feet, it's probably right about here at the front of this lamppost planter hanging thing. So you're looking at maybe 5.5, 6 feet tops from this area, from the 10-foot line to the building. So you're going to have then around 10 feet here to probably about the top front area of this, if you could see where my cursor is.
So basically, we're back to what you proposed anyway, because one foot's not going to matter.
Well,
or what? No, sorry, the 11, the second option there.
Yes, the second option. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If I may, the math on that wouldn't work out because a two-top table.
Sir, I haven't called on you. Are there additional comments from council? Councilmember Tyser.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking at the thing that was in our packet, and it says it's 16 feet to the curb from the front of the building. If you had four tops there, and I don't know how big a four top is, but I think that gives you enough room to have a server there, around the outside of those tables too, and still have plenty of clearance. I think what the math would tell you is it's probably between 10 and 11 feet, but I could be wrong.
Additional comments from council? Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
So I think what I want to hear from the applicant is the size of a four top, because I think what we're discussing is, should the sidewalk cafe start 11 feet from the curve? Should it start at 10? Should it start at 8? But basically, what's the maximum pedestrian area that can still exist while just having room for a four top plus a server?
Before I hear from the applicant, are there other questions from council? So he can answer those all at once. Councilmember Judy.
Yes. No, that's my point is are you looking for 2 rows or are you looking for 1 row? Because what you're talking about was the hallway, it looking like a hallway. So what I'm trying to figure out is when we threw out the 8-foot number, possibly somebody threw that out. So you had 8-foot walkability there. That seemed to solve the problem. Then we're all of a sudden back up to 10 and down to 6 feet to put tables in. So it would help me a lot to understand what it would look like and what you need there to make that happen, because I'm really confused because now it seems like we're back to the first drawing with 11 feet away.
Councilmember Zapata, and then I'll hear from the applicant.
Thank you. Let's keep in mind that these are roll-up doors, like a garage door. You integrate the outside with the inside and make it even more appealing. So don't forget about in this particular case, there's a roll-up doors on the property. So, and again, and also I'm looking for the pedestrian, I'm looking for the taxpayers, I'm looking for the resident. I'm looking for this perspective too, so I'm looking for the 10 feet minimum for people to hang out together, meet together there, and walk, with space and people walking in different directions. So I'm also looking from this perspective. I don't have the experience to know if it's a round table, square table, or whatever table. So what I'm looking is, is enough for, again, let's remember that it's not a right, it's a privilege. Start with these premises always start with the premise that it's a right of way, public right of way. So, then, again, keep in mind the roll-up doors system that they have.
Okay, I'd like to hear from the applicant now, if you would, please. Do you know off the top of your head how big a four top measures?
Yes, Mayor Henry. It's a 30-inch by 30-inch table for a 2-top, and then we would squeeze 2 of them together. So you would have 30-inch for the first 2-top, squeeze in the next 2-top would be 30 inches, and then a good number to use would be 30 inches again for a waiter to get by. So if they have a tray what they'll do is they'll set a tray table down so they can set the tray, and that's 28 inches. So for the most accurate with no space to spare, you're looking at 90 inches, and that's why I had tried to hopefully recommended compromising at 8 feet because that gives us 6 inches of leeway just for someone that might be bigger or someone that needs to slide by. So it'd be 30 inches for 2, 30, and then 30 for the servers. So hopefully 8 feet for us and then 8 feet for the right of way. And I do understand it's a privilege. So anything more than 6 inches, I'm going to be thankful for. So I'm thankful for the opportunity, but 8 feet would be the best way to make a 4-top with allowing a waiter to get to. And hopefully that answers the questions.
Thank you. Answered it very well. That was awesome. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, and thank you for that information. And so I guess something I'm wondering and asking for council and maybe rhetorically, there was discussion earlier of potentially minimum 10 feet on the main part and minimum of 5 feet on the side. But again, by eliminating that 2-top right there, I think that's opening up a lot of space. And so I wonder if there's the possible compromise of 8 feet the whole way around. And so 8 feet on the front, which ends up giving, it sounds like, some extra inches. And then I guess the question becomes, is an 8-foot clearance possible? And the one exception might be making sure the door can open, but that's just something to ask.
And Councilmember Palermo, I will pipe up, and to you, Councilmember Zapata, I would support 8 feet. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you. So pretty much what you're proposing is split the sidewalk in two. One for pedestrian and the other one for tables for the restaurant.
Yes. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes. So yeah, motion to leave a minimum of 8 feet sidewalk for pedestrian.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Zapata. Is this a clarification or a second?
Clarification. I think that was clear, but I just want to be positive. So that's 8-foot clearance on all sides, including where it narrows on the left of the picture.
Yes.
I'll second that one, Mayor. Oh.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously.
I just want to make sure I don't mess up, and I apologize. May I ask a question?
Yes, sir. You've got 8 feet.
Okay, just at the door on the where it curves. You said as long as it doesn't hit the door. I assume that's 8 feet. I haven't pulled a measurement because I didn't realize this, but the door curves back to be able to.
If you run into problems, talk to staff and they'll get with us.
Sorry. Yes, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item, Councilmember Zapata.
Next item, number 8. Approval of a sidewalk cafe license, 944 Canton Street, Lolas.
Yes, let me get here. Let me start sharing here so I can show you Lola's request. This is the third and final sidewalk cafe on the agenda this evening. So this is a request by Lola's at 944 Canton Street. The applicant's proposing to use 688 square feet of area in front of the restaurant for a sidewalk cafe. They're proposing 4 tables with 16 seats. The area will also include lights mounted on 8-foot poles. There are 2 tables with 12 seats within the boundary of the restaurant, which is not a part of the sidewalk cafe request, but you can see them on the plan. So this area here is not within the right-of-way. It's on their plan, but this is not what they're requesting. They're requesting the table here, these 2 tables here, and this table here. And they're showing where Rue is sitting, so you can see that just off of their plan. So they are showing a distance here. They meet all the requirements here. The closest distance here is the 5 feet, a little bit kind of right from here over to this area, but they still have a little bit more because it's around 7 feet to this table. There's some measurements there and show you where they have the 5 feet from the poles. This was the one concern staff had with this table that is going down into RU. Staff did have a concern about that, and we have a condition related to that in our staff approval and conditions. Here's a photo. We also had a concern about these rocks and spoke to transportation related to these rocks that are currently out there. And I believe the applicant will also speak to these, but we have one of our conditions will be to replace and remove these rocks that are currently around the water main. We recommend approval of the Sidewalk Cafe license with the following conditions: that no table and chairs to be located to the right north of the main entrance, and that is the section next to RU, because as you can see by the photo that we showed, it was kind of hard to get in and out of the entrance to RU. So we recommend no table and chairs at that location. That the pre-approved posts and double chains shall be incorporated as outlined in section 9715. Developed in accordance with the site plan marked Exhibit A from October 15th, and that the 5-foot clearance for ADA accessibility on the sidewalk must be maintained. Do you have any questions for staff?
Council have any questions? Councilmember Tizer.
Just real quick, and I know we did this in the Loyal case. That light pole's right in the way of people being able to move back and forth. We removed a light pole on the Loyal, and just wondering if staff had any opinion on maybe doing the same thing there. I think that would help quite a bit.
If you'd like to remove the light pole, that is under your purview. Staff doesn't have an issue one way or another, or any kind of comment related to whether or not the light pole should be removed. Oh, and that would fall under transportation anyway.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. I do remember the discussion on Loyal Tavern with the light pole. I had forgotten where we had ended up. I guess my hesitation with the light pole is I feel like I'd want HPC to weigh in and just see if there was anything missing, not to mention knowing the costs, et cetera. So I guess that's some hesitation I have there. Certainly open and want to discuss it more, but I do have some other questions. So am I understanding staff correctly? Is it that, so they've requested 3 tables and you're requesting that they don't put the one that is at the right of the front door, right next to the RU stairs? Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct. I believe they had 4 tables on their plan. Let me take a look at it again, but the one right next to RU is the one we've recommended not being included because it is right by the entrance to RU. So let me get there here. A second, let me go back. Their plan. Okay, hold on, sorry. All right, so they have a table on this side, and then they have 2 tables here, so they have 4 tables total. They have a 2-top, 2 4-tops, and this one here is showing 6 seats. But this is the one next to RU, and staff is recommending a removal of that one because of this photo here. You can see there's currently a table kind of sitting there, but this would be where the entrance in and out from RU is. So staff's recommending to remove that table.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, because yeah, I'd say just even just seeing that picture and thinking of safety as well as accessibility, I would either support staff's recommendation to remove it or would consider supporting it just changing the distance and having to be a 2-top right against the building. So that's my comment there. And then I guess my other question comes down to the 2-top, if we actually go back to that drawing, so the 2-top that's on the left side, I guess what I'm wondering is the chain rope fence, it's not clear to me, how would somebody get in and out of there? Not that big, yeah, if we go to the actual just drawing, yeah, so
they actually have more than 5 feet here. Well, there's about 5 feet here. This is from here to, well, the table is 7. So it is kind of tight. So this one may or may not, chain fence is kind of tight there on the end. So that might be what the applicant might address, but they may not be able to fit that one in because there's not a lot of room for the waiter or waitress person to walk around that table there.
Right, exactly. It looks like there's none, so that was just a concern I had. Because I actually, when I measured it, the table, it did seem like it was actually about 5 because the table seemed a little more to the left. So that was one bit of hesitation I just wanted to discuss. But then the other one is I realized how are the customers going to get in and out, as well as how is the wait staff going to get to the table as well. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Additional questions for staff from council? And is the applicant in attendance?
They're here. Can you all hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Can you all see us?
We can't get our video
We
on.
can't get our video to go on.
And we're so pretty.
And I'd like to say thanks to Mayor and Council for getting through this evening, and good morning to y'all too. I guess let me address a couple of things first. Let me start with the table that's to the right of the front door. There's a chain between us and Rue there where those steps are, because if Jackie, you go back to the picture, you'll see that the table for Rue blocks their steps now. And every one of their customers comes in through the front entrance area. So if you could show where we show the table for Rue, the next picture will show the table. See the seats right there and their plants that are sitting there? There's no room at all for anybody to walk up and down through there. And there's usually a black chain that blocks off the 2 steps that come through there. So that's why we put the table there. And it's actually our most open space for our table. There's plenty of pedestrian room around it, past it and through it. And it really keeps the 2 restaurants separated with the chain between us. So that should address how we were thinking about that. And that table could actually, it's sitting away from the wall right there, but it could be pushed up against the wall for a 4 or 6 top and still leave plenty of room to walk by it. If you look at where we've got it drawn on there, from the outside of the 6 top table, we have 11 foot, almost 12 foot to the curb outside. So it gives plenty of room to get by the spacing there. Also, I'd like to just point out, if you go back to what this building was before, there used to be 5 poles down through the table, through the to hold up the canopy. We actually, when we rebuilt it, opened up the handicap space that comes through there, and actually that light actually helps shine at night on that walkway where people walk back and forth from the Go With The Flow building to us. So if you see how we redid that space, it made it a much easier space for the pedestrians to get through and clear that area with the light there. I think that with the light in that little triangle, it actually helps safety-wise for the crosswalk. So, I mean, without that light there, it's kind of dark in that area. Also, addressing the rocks, the reason we fixed all the areas that were where the trees used to be and where the other meters are, and we actually had the city come out and do some of the work that we couldn't do because there's all utilities through that area. The same thing with this little triangle. We actually put the rocks there thinking we were going to get one of the pots that were from across the street, like they have on the side of Go With The Flow, with the evergreen tree in it, and keep people from walking through it, because it used to be mulched and there was nothing but cigarette butts, everybody throwing their garbage down in it. So we put the rocks there thinking the pot was going to be there so it would have drainage and be able to be absorbed into the water there. So that's kind of how that all came about. That's kind of where we are. When you look at this picture, that gives you that kind of feeling to put some greenery back there and keep that space kind of where people aren't walking off the curb into where the parking space is. And I actually do believe on that 2 top table, there is more than 5 foot between where that table can sit and the walkway there. And the space narrows down to 7 foot from that post anyway. So you wouldn't be able to get really through that area. Have I answered everybody's questions?
I think you have. I've got another concern, and that is I'm not willing to cut off access to Rue unless we talk to Rue. So that to me is not a possibility this evening, because we need to have the conversation with the folks that own Rue.
That would be fine with us.
Excuse me. So I think that tonight the best you could do would be to remove that table and keep the other tables. And I would also support keeping the light. Our pedestrians need light. I can't imagine taking light poles away on Canton Street. So additional comments from council? Councilmember Zapata?
So a question, I guess, is for the staff. What is it going to take to fill this the triangle with rocks with pavers and make it more uniform so people can walk on the on the right or left side of the light post? What is going to take to fill this triangle with pavers and make it uniform?
And I don't know if the applicant can answer that question or not.
Yes, I can.
Okay, great.
We would actually have done that already, but what's the problem is the water meter that's very old that goes into Peter Brandy's, which we did the water meter and helped with all of the water meter for our own place, as well as getting roofs lowered. But over here, the water meter is sticking up above the actual sidewalk about 4 inches. And then below that, there's actually a control valve that controls, I don't know if it's a water main for the city, the water main for that side of the street. But the reason Public Works and we didn't fill it in with pavers is because you have a water meter that's too high for anybody to step over, as well as a control valve that's down on the ground about 1 foot that you couldn't put pavers over.
Can I say anything?
Go ahead. This is Eileen.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, almost good morning. You guys have a long day. So what I wanted to tell you about that situation, that when that tree was removed, we kind of struggled trying to find out who could help us get those roots out, and all those utilities are so old, you don't want to mess with that. And Steve went to, Mike Elliott went to, 3 different departments, and finally, Renee Shirley, who, with Roswell Beautification, was spectacular. I mean, she got behind the scenes and got everybody together. Steve had pulled out, when he did Gracious Plenty, their patio, he saved a bunch of those pavers, because that was part of the problem is, they need to all look the same. So he was able to donate a bunch of leftover pavers to Public Works. So we used them. So so Renee was on top of all this. Everybody came out, they dug up those roots, very, like surgery around all those. They were able to suppress the water meter, but they wouldn't touch the other one. So you said, what's it going to take to get that paved? Your help. We would love to have that paved, have that nice, smooth, continuous, but we got tremendous pushback and we're not allowed to get in there. That's
the water, we couldn't move the water meter, being if we damaged it or did something wrong, how it would have to be replaced would be the Roswell Water Department, because it is Roswell Water, as well as the Utilities Department would have to fix all of the area inside there to be able to get the pavers put in.
It would look great though if we could. So
if we had the capabilities, it wouldn't be that much to be able to do it, but we're working in a right of way with Public Utilities that if we did something to the Brandy's building and the people that are in there, you can't turn their water off. You're going to have to tell them what's going on. So it's going to be, the city's help is going to be required to make that work. And also, if I could say one more thing just before we get through the evening, I would like to table and come back in 2 weeks, if that's what it takes, to talk to Rue and Miss Peggy and those guys, Zach, because I did a bunch of work and went through HPC to put their new awnings on, their new lights in, and dress up the front of that building. I think they would be perfectly fine, knowing the chain's going to be there to keep people separated.
Thank you. So you're requesting a deferral?
Sorry, Madam Mayor. What I'm saying is, I'd like the contingency to be able to use the other stuff so I can get started on the post and chains and defer that table and judgment so that we can come back to that in 2 weeks and say yes or no once we get a letter from them to bring to you that says we're perfectly fine with the chain separating the 2 units.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. Yeah, I actually kind of agree with what Mr. Rockland just brought up. So I certainly do have concerns with making sure there's an accessibility both for Rue as well as if that's right of way. Then I have real concern with blocking it off. So, but instead of just deferring the entire thing, my preference would be for whichever tables this council's in agreement, we approve tonight. And I think I've learned from Mr. Davidson, 2 weeks later, there could always be the follow-up for the other part if that's accurate.
That's correct.
Additional comments? Yes, Councilmember Judy.
Could we just condition it on the approval of Rue, rather than having to have them coming back? That way we just say, hey, look, if there's a certified letter signed by the owners of Rue, then we avoid him having to come back in 2 weeks. I guess that's a question for David.
He likes coming back.
Well, and then I've got another question is the owner of Rue, do they own the building as well? So that's another, I don't know. So Councilmember Palermo.
It's my understanding they do not own the building. That being said, though, I guess my concern would be what happens if they say no. Because again, if they say no, I certainly have concern with a 6-top. I think I'm certainly open to discussing a 2-top or a 4-top and just looking to make sure it's safe as well as accessibility between the two sidewalks. But that's where just my concern with the condition is what if there's something else we have to look at with either the landlord or the business saying no.
I'll hear from the applicant.
Could we possibly go with the 4-top, because that would give us enough space up against the wall with the condition if Rue does allow that, because they do not allow people up and down that steps. They have flower pots all the way across there, and you can see the hooks and chain that are there. So if they will give us the letter, we can make it the 6-top because there's plenty of room. If not, a 4-top will fit there and still have the steps up and down.
Additional comments from council? Councilmember Zapata, are you ready to make a motion?
Yeah, we talk so many tables here, so which table stay, which one goes? So, I'm not in the restaurant business, so I don't know how many tables we need here or there. So, if anybody has a clear understanding of how many tables do you want anywhere?
We'll hear from the applicant.
I mean, to be realistic, we had room here with 8-foot sidewalks to put tables all the way to the posts, put more chains in and stuff. We were very, I think, conservative in trying to just get 4 tables in and 16 seats. We've been talking tonight about people all over the place with outside the boundaries and all kinds of other things. We try to come to you guys with what was very realistic, not asking for too much, especially with COVID and stuff where half the seats inside the restaurant are shut down. I don't think what we've asked for tonight is very unrealistic at all.
Councilmember Palermo.
I think I do agree with that. When I looked at it, I saw that it definitely left for some very wide sidewalks remaining. So I am appreciative of that. I still have the hesitation of the concern that there is the ability to walk between the two right now and removing that accessibility. So I guess that's where I'm still up in the air between whether I'd be more supportive of just a 2-top or a 4-top till it's cleared and finalized with Rue and the landlord. But I just want to really repeat that sentiment. I think the applicant has been very reasonable with the request, and I definitely appreciate that and enjoyed seeing that when I first looked at the packet last week.
Additional comments from council. Councilmember Zapata.
So I guess the only table here in discussion is the one on the south side with 2 chairs, and then on the north side bordering the other property. So the question for my colleagues here is, what do you feel like about those 2 tables on the extremes of the building?
Council, yes. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. I think the south 2-top, although it seems when I was there measuring, I think it was pushed out more to the left, so it was closer underneath the pole, made it a little tighter if they are very cognizant of where they place that table and don't push it further south. I don't have an issue with that. No issue with the table in the middle. And I would be okay with a condition for a foretop against the building until there's a letter from Lola's.
You mean Rue?
From Ruth.
Rue. I'm sorry.
Councilmember G.
I'm in complete agreement with that. I think we should probably get it done.
Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, I agree. I concur with that condition and moving it forward.
Councilmember Zapata.
All right, so motion to approve with the condition of the letter from Ruth to approve the table there.
We've got a motion to approve with the conditional letter. Councilmember Wilsey, are you seconding or are you clarifying?
Yes, Mayor, no, I am seconding the motion. Thank you.
So we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you.
And good night.
Madam
The
Mayor,
next item on the agenda, Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 9, approval of the text amendment to section 12.2, stream buffers, and section 14.2, defined terms of the Unified Development Code, UDC. This is the first reading.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying sections 12.2 stream buffers and 14.2 defined terms. Now therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend sections 12.2 stream buffers and 14.2 defined terms of the Unified Development Code, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this is the first reading.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Ms. Dybel, or who's going to take this one on? Romberg, Lenore? I think we're having some technical difficulties. IT is on the way.
We got it, the mouse is behaving.
This is Danelle Murray, city engineer, and I'm here to talk about the text amendments to the stream buffer variance. And I have I'd like to share my screen with a PowerPoint. As background to the background, let me start with that Roswell is a phase 1 community in the NPDES program, and as part of being a phase 1 community, our MS4 permit requires that we adopt ordinances that are equivalent to or stricter than the Metro North Georgia Water Planning District model ordinances. In an audit in June, we were informed that our current stream buffer ordinance is not equivalent to the model stream buffer ordinance that the district has adopted. So in August, we brought the initiation of the text amendment to revise the stream buffer ordinance to you all. You recommended it be proposed or be forwarded to Planning Commission and in September, and then in October, Planning Commission recommended approval of the text amendments. The purpose of the stream buffer ordinance is to create buffers along streams in the city of Roswell for the protection of water resources and to minimize land development within these buffers and require authorization for any development. This is a quick outline of the sections in the model ordinance. And the big story here is that the ordinance, the two ordinances, our current ordinance and the model ordinance, are the same in many aspects. There are no changes in stream designations. There are no changes in buffer widths. The changes are there is a more formalized process for variances, and the other big changes, there is a section that covers violations, enforcements, and penalties that is independent of the erosion and sediment control ordinance, which is where these where what we refer to now when we're enforcing enforcing violations in the stream buffer. There's also, so that is an overview. We request approval of the model or of the revised ordinance, revised stream buffer ordinance, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. I'm going to just ask the same question I asked before, just to be on the record, and so I can support this. Is my understanding is A, what's being provided is state law, but B, this does not loosen any of these strict requirements we have, because Roswell has stricter requirements than the state of Georgia and some other municipalities, and this is maintaining all those strict requirements. Is my understanding accurate?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you.
Additional questions, comments? Yes, Councilmember Zapata.
No, just, I'm ready to make a motion when you're ready.
Okay, is that a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Now we're on to Transportation Department. And before we hear from Councilmember Hall, I would like to let you know that the Transportation Department requested that we defer item 11. So we can check that one off. But Councilmember Hall, if you'll take over for us.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 10, approval of right-of-way abandonment along Crabapple Road. And I believe Mr. Del Roth or Director Ralph will present.
Good evening, everyone. I'll be presenting this evening. I'm sharing my screen here. Hope everyone can see my screen. I'll try and keep this brief. I'm sure many of you are silently asking for that. This is a request from a property along Crabapple Road that is bordered between two single-family homes. I'll show you a map in a second, but the request is to abandon a square of right-of-way 16 feet by 50 feet in order to move up the front property line on Crabapple Road. The purchase for this jog in the right-of-way currently shown in the map was due to an easement that MARTA secured in this area before it was incorporated as city property. There were aspirational plans by MARTA to extend bus service along Crabapple Road. In the past, MARTA has abandoned this easement. The question that we as staff ask ourselves whenever we get requests for right-of-way abandonment is there a public purpose for the city to hold on to this property? Given that MARTA has abandoned the easement, we don't see any purpose for this particular square foot of property. The photo you see on the screen is a snapshot of what this property currently looks like. This is a survey of the property that shows the jog in the right-of-way. So that cutout is currently at 25 feet. We are recommending to abandon 16 of that 25 feet. That would allow the existing sidewalk to remain on city property. Again, real quick, abandonment of 16 feet by 50 feet, approximately 800 square feet. There is no public purpose for this land. We did have one proposed condition that was discussed at committee a couple weeks ago, and that was recommended by Jackie Dybel, that the house that the property owner intends to pursue on this site would be set back at a minimum of 50 feet from the new front property line on Crabapple Road. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be open for questions.
Does council have any questions? I don't see any hands up. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. Motion to approve the right-of-way abandonment along Crabapple Road as presented in item 10.
A motion by Councilmember Hall, a second by Councilmember Wilsey. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Mr. Davidson, onto your items.
Thank you. The first item I have is an ordinance amendment to allow home delivery by package beer, wine, and liquor establishments. And your approval, I'll read.
Please.
I think this is an ordinance to amend Article 3 alcoholic beverages of the City of Roswell Code of Ordinances to add a new section, Article 3.7.21, home delivery of alcohol by authorized packaged goods retailers. Text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and never approved. This will be the first reading.
Councilmember Judy, would you like to give us a little description of this, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I know you were simultaneously pursuing this with legal. So this is in response to House Bill 879 that was passed this past year by our legislature to help our packaged goods stores, retailers, and restaurants deliver packaged goods, home delivery of alcohol by authorized packaged and goods retailers as proposed in Georgia House Bill 879. This includes, as I said, restaurants, retailers, is all defined in HB 879. I think this will help our restaurants, not only throughout COVID, and our little stores, boutique stores that serve alcohol. So really excited to propose this and get the first reading done tonight.
Do we have any questions from council? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve item number 12.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Judy. Do we have a second? Second by Councilmember Tyser. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously.
The last item I have is a recommendation for closure to discuss personnel litigation and real estate.
Do we have a motion? Motion by Councilmember Judy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Wilsey. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. We are adjourned.